Way back, but maybe he saw us coming.
Fresh, my ass is sweating.
He saw us and he was like...
More sweat than the average Saudi.
Hang on. It's amazing to be part of this era of the sport.
A new, fresh start.
Looking forward to racing and getting the season rolling.
We've got some of the stars of tomorrow, I think.
We will see who gets the win.
And here we go. T100. The athletes give every ounce of energy they have.
That is the effort of T100.
Now the race is on.
It is a run showdown. Your world champion. After an incredible day's racing yesterday, we are back. Welcome once again to the blue skies of Wollongong, an hour south of Sydney, on the beautiful south coast of New South Wales, Australia, for day 3 of the World Triathlon Grand Final. Some incredible action across the under-23 and the junior races. Wins yesterday for the French in both the men's and women's juniors, and today the stage is set for our para triathletes who are racing for their world titles across 6 categories, starting with the PTWC category. That's our wheelchair athletes, and then our vision impaired athletes, and the racing is going to get underway very, very soon indeed. My name is Will McCloy. Very happy to join you again on this Super Saturday alongside Belinda Granger and a very special guest we have in the commentary box who lives here in Wollongong. Can tell us all about that. 6-time Oceania champion Jonathan Gerlach is here as we start our warm-ups, and we'll see first of all what the course map looks like for our para triathletes. Once again, the start on Cove Beach, and it is a 1-lap 750-metre swim. For those who are used to triathlon, it is a sprint triathlon, very technical bike section out and back, a little further down Cliff Road than we have seen before, and then back into transition because the athletes don't tackle Flagstaff Hill on the bike, and they don't get the whole thing in on the run either, but the rest is very similar. Start of the loop and then 2 more laps towards the lighthouse, but not all the way around before I head back down onto the blue carpet and the finish, and we are going to crown 6 world champions over the next few hours. Where else could you say that? And the conditions, well, they have calmed down quite a bit since yesterday when we were forced to change the swim course here due to the swim conditions to an M-shaped course. It's no longer like that. You can see how nice it is there in Cove Beach here on the harbour. That is the focal point for the racing across the weekend and the focal point for Wollongong in general. So nice and relaxed conditions, which is excellent. That's Howie Sanborn on the right-hand side, one of our wheelchair athletes. And Jonathan, it's fantastic to be able to crown so many world champions so quickly, but there'll be some nervous para triathletes out there, and this being the focus of what's been an incredible season across the course of multiple rounds.
Yeah, it's been a big year for a lot of these athletes, and being the biggest race since Paris Paralympics last year. So it's going to be a hard-fought race in what looks like some amazing conditions today.
Wide open racing too in the men's wheelchair, which we'll see off first of all, but what we're going to see is a staggered start. So unlike almost all other racing that athletes or triathletes are used to seeing and that we've seen across the course of the weekend, we'll see a staggered start, and that's because there is changes or differences between the H1 and H2 categories. We've got 5 men in the first category. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so we've got an interval start system there for PTWC, and for the men there's a time difference of 3 minutes between the H1s going first and the H2s, and then for the women we'll see a 3-minute 38 time, and that's really just based on the differences in impairment, and also a combination of all the results over many years that see that time shift from race to race.
Yeah, they're constantly classified and reclassified, and our 5 men in the PTWC H1 category are out onto the swim. Now, they're all racing for the same gold, silver and bronze medal, the same world title. So the athletes in the H2 category, which includes Louis Knoll and Josh Landman, Florian Brunggraber, they will have to wait 3 long minutes while their rivals head out into the reasonably calm waters of Cove Beach, and a strong start, incredibly crucial in this one. In the H1 category, out there right now, Howie Sanborn, retired US Army vet, airborne ranger once upon a time before a car accident in 2012. Made his Paralympic debut, in Paris. He is out there right now, as is Junpei Kimura, who was 8th in the Paris Paralympics, Giovanni Atienza, Thomas Fruworth, who's probably one of the favourites in this one, Justin Pines as well, 2nd in the America's Champs. And also welcome into the commentary box Belinda Granger for day 3. And this is moving day. This is where it's really won. This is where the most world championships are won. They say that in the golf tournament. Day 3 is moving day, and the same here.
I love it. And honestly, what conditions we've been presented with this morning. I was so worried when we left yesterday afternoon. The junior women really copping the brunt of those horrible conditions that moved in. But lovely to wake up this morning. The sun is shining. It is beautiful, as you can see on screen right now. Beautiful, calm conditions for our para athletes here today, and looking good for the rest of the day as well.
It's wonderful to see the stage completely set, and also a little bit of a swim battle taking place at the front. And all these athletes have incredibly unique stories to have arrived here, and just to even get here, Jonathan, and you know this, it's quite the team effort to be able to get these athletes to start lines all the way around the world.
Yeah, 100%. It's not just you out there on your own. You've got your team that have supported you all the way. You've got, for these guys out there racing now, they've got their handlers as well that are helping them out in transition. So it really is a big team effort.
We're really getting the sense, and I felt this myself having travelled to so many other triathlons around the world, that now it's here and you're welcoming all these people you're used to seeing in Europe or they're used to seeing in the US. It's like having a house party and welcome everybody to your place, but then you don't have to clean up afterwards, which is the best part about it. But you live down here, and watching these guys that you've raced against over the course of many, many years must be proud of seeing them race at Cove Beach.
Yeah, I'm a little bit jealous too. I mean, retiring about 3 years ago now, but yeah, when I saw shortly after retiring that this was going to be a world champs here in Wollongong, I thought, well, should I get the lycra back on? But I do not regret. Back on. Yeah. I do not regret. I'd rather be here, sitting here with you guys, and being out there right now, to be honest.
You're saying that to us, but only because of the swim, and nobody likes to swim. There's our athletes in the PTWC H2 category, and we'll get some graphics up as they come back out of the water, and we'll be able to see the names. So they are, and I repeat, in the same race. So they've watched the athletes out front disappear into the far distance. As you can see, some of them there on the top right-hand corner of the second box on your screen head up towards the pink boys, and now it's up to them as the less impaired athletes and they're charging out too, to catch up to them.
And just can't get over the changing conditions. Absolutely perfect here today. Yesterday, World Triathlon announced the calendar for 2026, and it looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, obviously, I've been following Para Triathlon for quite some time now. Do not know it as well as you do, but it must make you proud, must make you smile to see just how far this program has come. Also, so many races around the world. I was looking through, as I said, the program for 2026, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I started back in 2012, and there were a lot less races on the calendar back then than there are now, and the calibre of athlete and the depth in all of the categories now is just phenomenal. It's the evolution of the sport is just rapidly increasing, so year on year.
I think it's been one of the greatest things for me, obviously, coming down here for commentary, and when I was told that we would be commentating the Para-Tri, I actually got really nervous because I didn't know that much about it, but it's been one of the greatest things because it's been wonderful to go through all the different categories that I didn't even realise existed, and just the calibre of athlete that we're talking about here, and looking at some of the vision impaired athletes and the guides that they've got. These are elite or professional triathletes that I deal with on a daily basis, and they need those guides. They're that good, they're that fast that they need to have professional triathletes to actually keep up with them.
No, you're exactly right. Look, when I started out, we were scratching around to find age group level guides, and it's so elite now that even our Aussie Sammy Harding that's racing today, he's racing with Aaron Royal, for example, who is an Olympian himself, and he's actually on the Illawarra, Olympic and Paralympic tribute wall just around at the run turnaround here. He's got his name on there as an Olympian himself. So yeah, the calibre is definitely increased, which means the calibre of the athlete themselves is increasing. So it is great to watch.
Oh, I absolutely love it. And I know we've got Sara Perez-Sala, who is racing with no other than the great Susana Rodriguez, who's won just about everything that there is to win in Para Tri. We'll be talking a little bit more about her later on. And Sara Perez-Sala will also be backing up and doing the T100 later this afternoon, which I'll also be calling. Yes, she is. So we talk about the under-23s backing up and doing the elite race. This is the backups of all backups. So
and she's got to keep up with Rodriguez. That's no mean feat, man.
Exactly.
That is outrageous. All right, so now our women are in the water from the H1 category.
And I do believe that we have our very own Lauren Parker that will be in this category. So already the owner of 4 World Championship crowns.
Is that Lauren
going
on the
for
left-hand
number
side?
5.
No wetsuit either for our lead athlete in the...
That doesn't surprise me, Lauren.
Exactly.
Lauren on the left,
I was going to say that'd be something she'd do.
She was telling us last night, I think 17 years ago, that she was in the first World Champs as an able-bodied athlete, and it was in swimming, and she, you know, as an age grouper, and so she has got an amazing swimming pedigree background. So I'm not surprised to see her. It does save a lot of time in transition for the wheelchair athlete getting out of their wetsuits.
That is number 106, Skylar Fisher, who's the sole PTWC H2 athlete in this field, the USA national champion. She didn't quite make the Paris team. She was the first alternate, so she's still aiming for Los Angeles. And what's incredible to me, and not to take away from the professional triathletes, the able-bodied triathletes, but it's all about triathlon for them. Whereas you've got para triathletes who are, for example, Skylar is a vet.
Yep.
And
full-time jobs.
We've got Susana Rodriguez is
a doctor. Of all
and
things.
Jonathan Gerlach is a commentator. And it's all the important jobs, the jobs that really change lives, like vet and doctor and commentator. No, not so much, not commentator, but there's some incredible stories, athletes that have lived an entire life before they've even arrived here on the start line and have to juggle so much, and Skylar Fish is one of those examples. And right now, it's a lonely old time for her as the only PTWC H2 athlete. She has to watch Lauren Parker, Jessica Ferreira, Eva Morel Pedrero, Amelia Perry, and Brenda Osnaya Alvarez disappear towards the pink boys, and she has to wait a long 3 minutes before she gets to do the same.
And Jonathan, just looking at this now, so difficult. I mean, obviously when we race, we're so used to racing with so many athletes around us, and here we have, and she's going to be, the gun's going to go off, and on her own, solo.
I would much prefer that.
Yeah, of course you would.
Nobody wants a mass start.
How difficult would it be? I mean, this is an individual time trial, basically, from when the gun goes off till she crosses the finish line.
Yeah, definitely no drafting going on for her.
Definitely no drafting.
Which is a disadvantage in a way, because the other girls in the other waves can do that. You know, they can save some energy and get on the feet of another competitor and play that tactic. So she does, just as you say, have to go out there and time trial and pace herself and hope that she comes out with a good swim.
Not too long until she's underway, which means that all of our PTWC athletes will be in the water. Some of them, in fact, will be out of the water soon enough, and it won't be long then until our vision impaired introductions and start, which will be about 25, 26 minutes until we see our vision impaired athletes getting ready out on course. But before that, we'll see our wheelchair athletes on their hand cycles and out onto the streets of Wollongong. And what is it going to be a difficult course in some respects, difficult for the able-bodied athletes, no doubt, but what we don't have today that we had yesterday is a whole bunch of wind. You can see how still it is this morning.
Beautiful.
The cold front, as they call it, has swept through, but it's only dropped the temperature a few degrees. It'll still be a warm one today. As our lead athletes from the men's head back in towards, and I'm not sure how good you are at recognising strokes, Jonathan, and who that is out the front. We'll see when we come in and we get the splits. But one athlete's made a break.
And one thing we do know is that the king of this category, 2-time Paralympic champion Jets Platt, is not actually competing here today. First time in years that he's missed the World Champs, but he's now focusing on marathon. And this is what is blowing my mind. We've got so many athletes here that have been para-triathlon. I know we've had some that have come, for example, Sam Harding came from an athletic background on track. I think 1,500 metres, moved across to triathlon, and now we've got triathletes moving across to, para-triathletes moving across to marathon. I spoke to Lauren Parker. You said you spoke to her last night. I asked her what she was doing after this, and she told me she was returning to Canada. I'm like, returning to Canada? What for? It's winter. It's freezing over there. And she goes, oh, I've decided that I want to try and see if I can make it to the next Winter Olympics. I'm like, what in? And she said, cross-country skiing and biathlon. And it's amazing.
Yeah, I think Lauren wants to take over the world. She's
I think she does
trying
too.
her hand at every single sport, and she's such a phenomenal athlete that I think credit to her for having the motivation to go and do that and cross over different sports and continue all of the sports at the same time too, really.
It's truly incredible. And I've known Lauren Parker for many, many years. I remember she was on the cusp of making it as a professional triathlete. I remember having many talks to her about what she needed to do and how she should approach it. And then, of course, that terrible accident. But to see how she has turned her life around has been nothing short of extraordinary.
So back into the harbour, and as we say, flat as a pancake conditions, which is excellent to see for a nice fast swim. And it will reward the athletes who have put the time in and travelled well and arrived here on the other side of the world for many of them to walk away with a world title. And Belinda, as you said, a lot of these athletes coming from potentially not only sometimes a strong career pre-accident for some of them if they've been through that kind of trauma, but also coming from either track or paracycling, para-swimmers here as well, people who have been to the Paralympic Games in completely separate disciplines to triathlon and then turn their hands to this. And you can see the quality of the swims out there. It's making me quite jealous, actually, as we're going to head up onto the beach. And it's not an easy thing, transition. They say it's the fourth discipline in able body, but it's a team effort 100% when it comes to transitioning for the para athletes.
And we know that the swim assistants that they're actually using this morning are a bunch of guys, males and females, that they got from a local gym. So they literally recruited these men and women yesterday from one of the local gyms. I think that is just fantastic. So big cheer to these people for coming down, doing a superb job so far.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you need to be able to deadlift if you're going to pick up a body out of the water.
The gym is the perfect place to recruit volunteers for this particular job, so wonderful to see.
And there's a lot of pressure. I mean, when you look at when Lauren just missed out on winning that gold over in Tokyo by a second, these guys here, there's a lot of pressure on these guys.
Oh, yeah.
This is all part of the race, so, you know, there's a lot of pressure for them to get this right to help the athletes continue on their way.
Last week, Junpei Kimura was at the Asian Para Championships in Chiba City, where he won the golds. And this week, the multiple World Series medalist is leading after the swim and out onto the hand cycle for 20 kilometres. And the work properly starting here. They, first of all, are in there, get through the transitional period, and then transition again up on the blue carpet and get into their hand cycle. So that is initially, that's their daily ride, as it were, their day-to-day wheelchair to get them up there.
And once they get into transition, it's wetsuits off, helmets on, and into their competition or race wheelchairs. And look at these, their hand cycles, unbelievable. That is a machine and a half right there.
Isn't it?
Wow. And you must have seen it. The technology that has changed. I mean, we talk about it in able-bodied racing with disc wheels, and the bikes now, as compared even to when I was racing, the bikes have changed. But you must have seen such a forward movement in the competition bikes and hand cycles, disc wheels now on the back and the front. It's remarkable to watch.
Yeah, the technology has just improved out of sight over the last few years, and so has the cost. That, you know, these hand cycles and these tandem bikes are, you know, up close to 30,000 these days. So it is quite expensive, and it's but you know that's what these athletes need to source, this equipment to be able to compete at this level and compete against all their competitors out there.
Transition incredibly important. Howie Sanborn came in ahead of Lewis Knoll, 43-year-old, but Knoll had a lightning quick transition, and he is out, the 28-year-old, who's fresh off that win in Montreal in the World Triathlon Para Series. And there you can see Justin Pines. Now, we were talking about the athletes having an incredible amount of life experience before they arrive on a start line like this. Now, this Justin Pines, he's had 4 starts at the elite level. Did his first World Cup ever, Para World Cup in Abu Dhabi, second in the America's Champs. And I was reading about him last night. So, as a youngster, studied philosophy, was a cross-country runner in high school, studied philosophy at university, got engaged, moved to Hawaii, taught middle school in Oahu, changed careers, got into tech startup in New York City, then was paralysed in a skiing accident, broke off his engagement, fell in love with someone else, got married, and then at 37 years of age, agreed to a para triathlon training camp on a whim in Colorado Springs, and at 39 years of age, went to the Worlds in Montreal, and now he's here at the World Championships. And if that's not a life journey with a lot of twists and turns, I don't know what is. And it really makes an able-bodied athlete who woke up, was born, did triathlon, and then got here 20 years later seem a bit one-dimensional.
Just a little bit ordinary.
Yeah, a little one-dimensional. And, you know, someone like that who's been through so much, it's just seriously impressive stuff. And out the front right now is Kimura, as we said, 8th at the Paris Paralympics. It's a great start for him, but he's not going to hold the lead for much longer.
And look at that. How hard is it? I mean, obviously this course is quite technical. It's not got climbs per se, but it is definitely on the hilly side, and there are definitely some short, sharp hills. You can see one of them as they come out now, right at the beginning. So obviously right at the beginning of the swim, to have to come straight up out on a hill, not a nice way to start a race.
No, and especially coming out of the swim, your heart rate's already high. You're trying to get that under control. You're doing your transition, which you can lose a lot of time in transition if you don't get it right. And then they're straight onto the bike, straight up a hill. So it is a tough start to that bike leg for sure.
Lauren Parker out of the water and leading in the women's Para Triathlon Wheelchair World Titles. And on the right-hand side, that is Florian Brungraber, the Paralympic silver medalist from last year and also from Tokyo, who will be wanting to add a World Championships gold to his incredible resume. He also, I mean, he has never had a World Championships gold. He's had 2 silvers and 2 bronze, and he does not want to have that happen again. Meanwhile, Parker, who is probably Australia's most decorated triathlon world champion.
If she wins today, which I have a sneaky suspicion she will, that'll make it world title number 5, which will equal the most titles in triathlon for an Australian athlete. I think Bill Chaffee is the only other to have 5 world titles. 5 world titles.
That's outrageous. When you're in any sport, once you're getting up into that kind of category, I mean, 5 world titles. Mick Doohan had 5 world titles. Who else? Not that many.
Not that many.
In anything.
And to think, you know, it's not like Lauren Parker's been in this sport for a huge amount of time, and to think that 5 titles today.
Well, when she had an accident in 2017, I believe.
Yep.
Australian Com Games in Gold Coast the very next year, 2018, and got a bronze there.
It's incredible.
Bronze also in Torremolinos last year after she had a bit of a rest post Paris Paralympics. A lot of pressure on her in that one, and obviously came through and took the win, took the bronze then in Torremolinos, but has had some kind of a year this year. Devonport win, Yokohama win, Montreal win, so she's back to what she's used to doing. And now the other athletes are chasing her out, and that includes Amelia Perry and Eva Maria Morel Pedrero, the 43-year-old who took bronze in Paris. She's off there now. So Perry and Pedrero are out, but we'll expect many more twists and turns here in the wheelchair category. And Parker is out, and you know, it's different to able-bodied triathlon where anyone who's gotten out of the water and then have to try to get, you know, the blood to the other end of their body as they get out on the bike. Well, that seems hard, but how about swim the whole time and then use your arms consistently for the rest of the race? Oh, I mean, you tell me.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to do it the same way these guys do it, but you've watched them do it, and you know these athletes, and to be they don't need to be so strong in the upper body, Jonathan, in the wheelchair category.
Yeah, you're right. almost a different, well, it is a different physique when you look at these wheelchair athletes. They are so upper body heavy, and they're just so strong in the upper body compared to what you would normally see in a triathlete being very lean. So they have to be that way.
Lauren's gun show is something to behold, mate. It is
something to talk about, that's
threatening.
for sure.
It is emasculating. It makes me feel like I need to go immediately to the gym and only do beach weights. So out we go. Skylar Fisher, who was our one H2 athlete, is now chasing Lauren Parker and the rest. So she's tried to erase as much of that 3 minute or so deficit. She had 3 minutes and 38 she had to wait. And that's a constantly changing number, Jonathan. How do they measure what has to be the gap between, because I've seen different numbers over the years. How does that work?
To put it simply, it's really coming down to the results throughout each season. They compile all the results across all the races, and then they've got a bit of a formula they use there to work out what that time difference should be. So it does fluctuate over the years.
And the same for the classification. So also when we get to the PTS 2, 3, 4, 5, these athletes are constantly being classified and reclassified year on year, because these are not static disabilities, if you like. Some of them have degenerative conditions that can change. So that reclassification is quite in depth. I've been speaking to people about it. It's a serious procedure, that.
It is, yeah. We've got international classifiers and classification opportunities around the world at different events, and you know, it varies between each disability category as to what that assessment looks like. So, but for those with the physical impairments, definitely there's some degeneration there, and their categories can change as well.
Yep.
You can see athletes be reclassified and go in different categories over the years. So our own Grace Brimelow here from Australia was a PTS4, and she got reclassified to a 5. So, and even Susana as well. She was originally a B2 and then got moved to a B1. So it does happen across all of the categories.
And this is something that they do every year, on a yearly basis?
For the athletes, sometimes they can be reclassified year on year, and other times it can be every 2 years. So it does depend on the athlete and the type of impairment that's being classified. Yeah.
So Lauren Parker was a minute 16 ahead out of the water at the swim end, just to show you how important transition is. At the end of the swim, she was a minute 16 ahead, and then coming out of transition, she was only 44 seconds ahead. So she lost nearly 30 seconds, or more than 30 seconds, to Jessica Ferreira, the Brazilian, the 2024 silver medalist from Paris. And similar for coming out of the water, Giovanni Eccenza, the Italian athlete, was out, and then he dropped 12 seconds back from Junpei Kimura, the Japanese athlete. So all of them having different challenges and times through transition, so being consistent across swim, bike, run and transition is the most important. And out the front now, it looks like the Austrian remains in front. In the men's and in the women's, Lauren Parker continues to tackle this course, and lovely smooth roads. They're now on the sort of long out and back section that terminates at the northernmost part of the course.
And this is almost identical to the course that we've seen our under-23s and our juniors, obviously.
Yeah, very close.
Very similar. So very technical to start with out of transition until they get out onto that long, straight, flat section, really the only flat section in this entire race. And what's the difference? Are they really able to, once they get onto this flat section, really wind it up? And I think we see some pretty big speeds going through it. You can see right now on the right. Yeah, look at Lauren right there on the right-hand side, absolutely flying.
Yeah, the wheelchair athletes are getting up over 35k an hour on these straights for a lot of them. So and even with, you know, Jets Platts, when he was racing, he'd be getting up over 40k an hour on some straights as well. So they are absolutely flying, although it's hard to tell on the screen. They are really, really pushing it.
One athlete that we that I have actually met before, and I've seen him race, and I've been absolutely blown away with his sheer power. He's not here. Would have come into this race as the #1 ranked athlete, Gert Schipper from the Netherlands, and I watched him race a full distance race, Challenge Almere, which is just out of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And obviously that was over 180 kilometres and then the marathon at the end. And to watch the speeds that he got up to over 180 kilometres, it blew my mind.
Lauren Parker at the turnaround now, so it's, oh, look at that, just perfect, absolutely beautiful. Hits the apex lovely. He controls the amount of speed that she gets through there, makes sure that she doesn't have to work too hard to push out of the corner. And meanwhile, Florian Brungraber, the Austrian athlete, is on that nice long downhill section before he'll take the left-hand turn at the big roundabout to head out onto this out and back that Lauren is on. And again, look at that perfect cornering and out onto that nice stretch of road. And Brungraber on his second lap, and he is just hammering past some of the female athletes who are the back markers and chasing Lauren Parker. And we'll see them cross over in just a second, actually, as Brungraber will head north and Parker south. But for someone like Lauren Parker, who comes in as a heavy favourite, as someone who is well recognised here in Australia and is, you know, at home, she's in a similar position to, I guess, Matt Hauser in terms of the fact that everyone expects a win.
Just that's the way it's going to be.
There's a certain unique kind of pressure in that, whereas these other athletes, yes, they haven't had to necessarily, or they've had to travel, but they don't have the pressure as much. And it's a wide open men's race without Schipper and without Platt. It is a big opportunity for these guys to be able to step in and fill those shoes, Jonathan.
You're right, and look, in the men's race here, I'm really excited to see what the result is, because, as you say, Jets Platt, Bill Chaffee winning 5 prior to Jets winning his 6 or 7, and then Gert Schipper won 1 in there as well a couple of years ago. So really, it's an opportunity for these guys to step up and put their name out there to be a world champion.
You do sometimes have these athletes who will go on and win back to back to back to back and just scoop up every single possible win, and suddenly it becomes you can be the second best athlete in the world, but you might never ever taste the top step of the podium. So when you get an opportunity like this, it's time to grab it with both hands, and Parker makes the turn at the roundabout, and then she's got this difficult uphill section. There's the reason that they don't hit the lighthouse, as we've seen the able-bodied athletes do, is there is a limit on the amount of gradient that the wheelchair athletes can take on. But this hill, having ridden it myself the other day, nothing to sneeze at. Whether you've got full use or not, it's very hard, and I'd say Lauren Parker's arms are at least as strong as my legs, and up she goes. Up she goes.
And, you know, interesting to see, obviously these athletes had their familiarisation day yesterday, and I can tell you yesterday was horrid as far as conditions go. So I think most of them will be very happy right now after having a taste of yesterday's wind and heat, because obviously when they were doing their recon on this course, it was reasonably early on in the day when it was unbelievably hot and humid and really, really blowy, whereas we've woken up today to really nice conditions. I think it's currently sitting at around 23 degrees, 21 to 22 degrees Celsius, around that mark, and 0 wind right now, so beautiful conditions for our para-athletes so far.
So coming out of transition, it was Kimura in the lead from Atienza and through with Louis Knoll, Howie Sanborn, and Brungraber was 1:12 back, and he has immediately taken charge of this race. Josh Landman was behind him, and then Tijn van Lang the Hulk of the Netherlands, and finally Justin Pines was 2:44 in arrears. So that was our 9 men in the PTWC category. And as they come through transition at the end of their first lap, we'll see what has changed. And then in the Lauren Parker was leading by 44 seconds out of transition, and she's gotten into her work ahead of Jessica Ferreira, Amelia Perry, Eva Maria Moral Pedrero of Spain, Brenda Osnaya Alvarez, the Mexican, and then Skylar Fisher, who started 3 minutes back, was only 2:16 back at the end of that swim, so a very, very strong swim from her. And she needs to continue to eke into that lead as down the hill comes Lauren Parker on the right-hand side. And she will come through the transition area and out onto another lap.
And it will be 4 laps for our athletes today, so it is over the sprint distance, 750-metre swim, 20-kilometre bike, 5-kilometre run, and 4 laps of 5 kilometres on that bike, and then 3 laps for our run. It's a shorter loop that they'll do, so similar to our under-23s and juniors yesterday. It's a shorter loop to start with, about 1.427, and then we've got the other 2 laps of 1.739, so 3 laps in total.
Okay, para-triathlon, an increasingly important part of the World Triathlon apparatus, and I have to say that because there are so many different spokes to the wheel when it comes to World Triathlon that allows anyone who wants to get into triathlon anywhere around the world, no matter who you are or what your story is, to make it possible for that. And one of the men that's involved in all of that is the Senior Manager of World Para-Triathlon, Eric Angestad, and he is with Doug Gray.
We're down here with Eric Angstad, Senior Manager of Para Triathlon at World Triathlon. And yeah, just give us a sense of, I mean, this incredible stage that we have and how important it is to have Para Triathlon as part of this huge World Triathlon Championships.
So yeah, we are in year 1 of the cycle after Paris. This is obviously the biggest event, our World Champs here in Australia. It's the kind of conclusion to a season, although we still have a few events on the calendar. But yes, obviously the athletes coming here are really looking to gain the best points possible to maintain their rankings and be in better positions as we head towards LA, obviously, with the qualification period being only on the last year. But yeah, it's a perfect stage. I mean, the venue is impressive. Athletes are very, very happy to be here and always race in Australia. And yes, I mean, we cannot have the best, this is the best scenery possible for our high-level event in para-triathlon.
There's some absolute legends here racing today. There's one in the commentary box. There's one very big one not racing yet to Platt. But there's sort of evolution of the athletes, and you know, there's been some domination from the likes of Lauren Parker, from Alexis Hanquinquant, who we'll see later. But the athletes coming through now as well, there's some real big names to watch.
No, absolutely. I mean, we still see the usual suspects, but I mean, there is a lot of young blood coming in. We've seen this through the classification process and this year. A lot of new faces that will obviously make their way slowly to the elite level. And yes, it's a perfect balance. We are at a better stage than ever with the numbers and the participating nations, and we hope to keep it this way.
And I know it's one of the most complicated parts of para-triathlon. It's something you spend a huge amount of time traveling the world doing and working on, but can you just put into succinct words, I suppose, the classification and how these athletes, you know, you get some fluctuating between categories. There's such nuance between the categories as well.
Yeah, so this system was introduced already 8 years ago, and obviously we do have ongoing research to try to always make it better, and really we have to time in a very strategic manner how we perform these changes, because it affects potentially the spread of medal events and so on. But yeah, it is probably one of the sports in the Paralympic movement with the most complex classification systems, comprising the 3 disciplines plus transition, and it does keep us on our toes with you know, partnerships with the universities and research programs to contribute and help the sport refine, let's say, the methodology and how we assess the impact of impairment on the activity specific for our sport.
And just finally, tomorrow, mixed relay World Championships as well. It's only the second time it's been an official World Championships, but I think the 4th edition of the actual event. And big ambitions, obviously, for that format going forward as well.
Absolutely. I think everybody was eager to try to see it happen for LA, but we cross our fingers for Brisbane. And yeah, I mean, it's a spectacular event. Last year, Torremolinos was just superb. You see the mix of impairments on the field of play, women against men, and this event is really proving to be the pinnacle of our sport. I mean, for para-triathlon, and it allows for newcomers being like super sprint or super sprint distance. It really offers opportunities for developing athletes to be part of teams and get a sense of what sprint triathlon is about in para. So yeah, it's huge, and we hope that people enjoy it.
So Eric, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Great to get some insights there from Eric Angestad, the Senior Manager of World Para-Triathlon, as we are watching Lauren Parker do what she has done so many times before, going for her 5th World Championship, and is on a winning streak in 2025 after also picking up an all-important Paralympic gold in Paris. And that is our men's leader on your left, Florian Brungraber, the Austrian. Twice a silver medal in the Paralympics. 2 silvers and 2 bronze at the World Championships. And one of those silvers was last year in Torremolinos. And he is not coming all the way from Austria to Australia to go away with another of the minor medals.
You know, Will, I was just thinking about it. We are so used to athletes, able-bodied athletes, complaining about having to travel with their bikes on aeroplanes. And I know back when I was doing it, it was an absolute headache all the time. But how difficult is it to travel? Because obviously we know once they hit transition, they will be swapping out into their running wheelchairs. How did you manage to travel on long-haul travel with so much equipment?
Jonathan has a private jet. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, I wish.
Don't we all?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, and it's something that that is a big challenge for para-triathletes, especially the wheelchair athletes, because they do have, as you say, they've got their hand cycle and they've got their race chair as well. So the biggest limitation, apart from the actual size of what we're traveling with, is the weight restrictions when you travel. It's an ongoing battle with airlines wherever you go. So it is one of those factors in the whole bigger picture, and with being a para-triathlete, and we definitely rely on our national federation support and our team around us to be able to get us from race to race around the world.
To navigate those issues, I can only imagine.
And some of these, you know, and these hand cycles and the tandem cycles as well for the vision impaired athletes, it'll be up to I saw one was $38,000 US. That is not nothing, especially if it's in Australian dollars. Anyway, Wollongong, even if it is hard to get to, is one of those great destinations to both stay and play, and we invite you to visit. It is there in...
Wollongong blends world-class training with the perfect coastal stay. Where your championship journey meets your getaway.
Starting to heat up out here in Wollongong. Looks to be another beautiful day, and we encourage you to come down and enjoy it for yourself, because it is as beautiful in person as it looks from our drone shots. Could be able to get the drone up yesterday after we nearly blew away yesterday afternoon, and it won't. It's not too far away until our vision impaired athletes, and that's when Jonathan's FOMO will really start to heat up when he sees his competitors that he has raced against so many times. And it's Frulworth, the other Austrian athlete. I read Brungraber, but this entire time it's been Thomas Frulworth who's been our athlete out the front. So my apologies on that one, unless it's hard to get because we don't have the graphics, but I think this is our race leader, judging by the amount of motorbikes. And with 2 Austrians in the field, I've called the wrong one, I think. Yep, there you go, I can see his name now. And he's punching up that hill and now head back down into town. And it's only a minute or two until our vision impaired athletes will come out onto this exact same course. And there is the times. 8:10 for our vision impaired category 1, and then a 2-minute gap back to, it's actually 2:51 in the end, to 2 and 3. And then for our women, they'll go off at 8:14. It's now 8:09. And then 3:21 back to our 2 and 3 athletes. And this is where we see our able-bodied guides who are just about equal partners, Belinda, in this. I know at USAT, that's USA Triathlon, they get exactly the same funding, cash, health insurance, all the same things. And these are elite athletes in their own right, to be able to keep up with these athletes and make sure that they're guided well.
Well, I could already see down there Sara Perez-Sala, who will be racing this afternoon. We've got Leticia Freitas and Pamela Oliveira. Anyone in
the
Pamela Oliveira, a very, very accomplished professional athlete in her own right. I mentioned Sarah Perez-Sala. With our men, we've got Luke Pollard guiding Dave Ellis, so another of our pro athletes. We spoke about Aaron Royal with Sam Harding from Australia. We've got Jenna Haufler from the USA guiding Taylor Talbot. These are all professional athletes that I deal with on a daily basis. Oscar Kelly, Luke Pollard from Great Britain is guiding Oscar Kelly, so another of our professional athletes. So amazing to see the standard here. It is very, very high.
It is, yeah. It's incredible to see so many amazing athletes that are coming across to I mean, once upon a time it was the guide was there to try and help the athlete just to compete, but now really, as you say, the funding is on par. They get all the same support from high performance across many of the programs across the national federation. So it's the incentive is there for them to compete at this level, not just to be there to help someone.
To help someone. It's not, they're not helping. They are literally racing themselves. And I had a really long talk to Sarah Perez-Sala about this and how she got into it with Susana, and those two have become an absolute force to be reckoned with. And Sarah takes this role, this job very, very seriously. And I asked her, well, what's the number one goal for this week? And she said it is to get Susana and to get ourselves another World Championship title. The T100, that's just an added bonus. So that's the secondary race here. The first race, the most important, is this race on screen right now.
That's right. The T100 will just be a cool down.
A cool down, exactly.
Okay, our PTVI 1 men are out. That includes Antoine Perel, who is one of those athletes who has come from a different sports. He was in the top 10 in the long jump, actually, in Beijing back in 2008. He's also raced pentathlon. He's raced track, comes over to triathlon, picked up a bronze in Paris, the Frenchman, at home. Lazar Filipovic, the Serbian, and Heidi Casillas Alcala are also out there in the PTVI 1 category. So they are 3, and of course, all of those with their guides out there in the water at the moment. Meanwhile, we've got updates now on the splits for both the men's and women's wheelchair categories. So it is the 2 Austrians who are out in front. Fruworth is leading, and he's currently 1:47, and the last split ahead of Brungraber. So an Austrian 1-2, and Fruworth and Brungraber are probably the favourites coming in to this one. Fruworth, one of the more experienced athletes, been doing parasport since 2005, so 20 years. Came from paracycling across to triathlon, won the PTWC World Series event in Tata and Samarkand in 2025. He's the European champ, he's the Austrian champ, probably the favourite.
What a year.
And he's having some kind of a race, and it's a real battle between Brungraber and Louis Noll. The Frenchmen are only 3 seconds apart at the last split for second and third. And then not too far behind them, Giovanni Atienza, and then Junpei Kimura, 2:35 back. Howie Sanborn, 2:37. Josh Landman, 4:17. Tijn van Lang Verhoek, the Dutch athlete, 4:19. And Justin Pines is 5:50. And Lauren Parker was 44 seconds ahead out of transition midway through the bike leg, or the hand cycle leg, is now 1:05 ahead of Amelia Perry, who's having a great race ahead of the more fancy Jessica Ferreira, who's 1:26 back from Eva Morale, 3:58. Brenda Osnaya Alvarez, 5:08. And Skylar Fisher has dropped back to 6 minutes and 29 seconds in arrears. That is at the split at the end of lap 2 of the bike. And now our PTVI 2 and 3 athletes who have had to wait 2 minutes and 51 seconds to watch their 3 rivals and their guides head out into the water are now in, and that includes Dave Ellis, the 2024 World Champion, Paralympic Champion and European Champion. Back-to-back Para Cup, World Cup wins this year. He had an off day, and I guess he showed Jonathan a little chink in the armour of Dave Ellis when he finished 10th in the European Championships, but it's a very small one surrounded by a lot of armour.
Yeah, look, I think anytime Dave doesn't win a race, it's usually because there's a bike mechanical issue.
Yeah.
Those 2 boys put so much power through their bike that I do know there's been a few races over their career that they haven't been on the top step because of a bike issue. One of those times being at Tokyo. It was devastating to see that their chain snapped, and they were the red hot favourites for that race. So Dave won his first World Champs in 2013, and he's pretty much dominated the sport ever since. I've been trying to chase him that whole time I was doing it. I never got near him, but he's just an amazing athlete, and he he hasn't stopped. Like, he's just continued to improve his whole career and get faster and faster because, as we spoke about earlier, there's a lot of talent coming through and the level has lifted. So he's had to lift and he has done so. So credit to him and Luke for continuing to dominate this category.
Speaking of sort of bike mechanicals, I mean, it's the bane of any multi-sport athlete or cyclist existence, but these bikes, they only have one. You know, everybody has one. They're really expensive, pretty much. I don't know if you can be having a second tandem bike at $30,000 US or however much it's going to be. And you've got to take care of it because you're putting sort of 700 to 800 watts through because there's 4 legs pumping. You know, and I'm imagining mechanicals are a real problem because there's so much care that needs to be taken of these bikes, considering how much power is going through them and that there's no real backup.
That's right, and as we know in triathlon, the bike leg is that one where you can't control everything in that leg, where something can happen with the bike. You can get a flat tyre, you can drop the chain.
Yeah.
Things can happen, whereas in the swim and run, you're more in control. So there's
all
always
know
that
that
element of risk, and you just can only prepare your bike as best you can for the race and really hope that it holds up.
So into the water, the PTVI athletes, a further lap update now as they come through to the end of their 3rd lap on the bike, and the only female athlete through right now is Lauren Parker. It was It was 105 before, so we'll see soon where her competitors are. Meanwhile, Thomas Fruworth was 147 at the end of the last lap. He is now 235 ahead, so he has absolutely streaked away from Brungraber in the 3rd lap. Meanwhile, Lewis Knoll, who was only 3 seconds behind Brungraber on the last lap, is now 50 seconds behind. So the 2 Austrians have really put it down in the 3rd lap of this bike, and then 20 further seconds back to Atienza, another 13 seconds to Sanborn, and nearly a minute further back to Kimura, then Landman, Van Lang, Verhoek, and Pines is 8 minutes back. And no one else has come through the timing splits but Lauren Parker. Now Amelia Perry does, and she was 105 back. She's now 140 back. So the cream rising to the top in this, in the second half of this bike when things start to heat up and it starts getting really, really tough out there, and we can see who's in some kind of form. And Thomas Fruworth on your screen right now, he certainly is. And look at his face.
Look at his face.
He's
there.
absolutely
Really
pumping.
Oh, he's sucking in the oxygen big time, and he's really working hard. But amazing to see. One thing I wanted to talk about, as we can see on the right of screen now, that our vision impaired are just about to start. They're off now. How difficult, because I think about how daunting it is for able-bodied athletes to swim in open water, and particularly here, as Australians, we're used to open water swimming. We learn from a very young age to swim at the beaches, but for a lot of people, it's very daunting, particularly when you get out into the deeper waters. I can't even fathom what it must be like not to be able to see where you're going. Having that guide there to basically tell you exactly where you need to go while you're swimming, you know.
Oh, the trust.
The trust, exactly. I've been thinking about it for the entire week now, like what it must feel like, and having to put your trust 100% into your guide. It must be such a special relationship.
It is. You do have a lot of trust. I always would say to my guide that don't tell me what's in the water. I don't need to know.
You don't need
what
to
you
know.
Can't see won't hurt you, with my motto. But yeah, really at the start of the race there, for a lot of the vision impaired athletes, they're talking to their guide about, am I facing the right way? What's the line to the first turning can? And you know, you can see here we're facing out east. They're swimming out towards the sun in the morning, and it's still, you know, quite low in the sky. So for a lot of the vision impaired athletes, that's a big factor as well, and for the guides, because they also need to look into that sun and make sure that they can steer the ship the right way. So it is a big challenge, and there is a lot of trust involved.
And they are joined around the. They have that
They do. They have a tether.
Tether.
You can wear that from anywhere from your waist down. Some athletes choose to wear that around their waist. Some, like myself, would have it around the ankle, so you had a little more freedom, and you didn't. When you were stroking with your arm, you wouldn't be able to actually, get caught up in the tether, because that can happen as well. So it was it's up to the preference of the athlete where they want that positioned, and yeah, it is connected the whole way through the race, and you do need that. A lot of the athletes, especially the B1s, actually use that as a form of feedback, just like you would with a blind cane. You actually can feel when the tether's being pulled one direction,
yep.
and so you know, actually I've got to come back towards my guide and sit in their wake, right in their side wash.
And then when it comes to the run, obviously that tether's still used, but I see does it have to be hand in hand? That's where the tether needs to be. Is that the rule?
It's a preference, personal preference again. As long as you're connected, that's pretty much the rule. So for some athletes, they will hold it in the hand, the tether, and then for some, like myself, I would wear the tether around the waist because then you had freedom of movement in your upper body.
Movement in the arms, of course.
But there's a length limit to the tether.
There is a length limit. You can't be a certain distance apart from your guide when you're running. So the tether, I'm not sure what the limit is today. It was about 30 centimetres when I was racing a few years ago. It may have changed, but that in itself...
going up the steps.
That's incredible. And they did it so beautifully and so quickly. There wasn't even... It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so you'll see the guide often helps get the wetsuit undone here, getting them ready for transition. And the B1 athletes, they won't be able to see in transition, so it's a really complicated process. Being able to direct them to where everything is, where the box is that they have to put all their wetsuit and their swim cap into, because you can get penalised if that's not sitting in that box, and then where the helmet is and where the shoes are and so forth.
Man.
So it is a really complicated process, but they train for this, and as you can hear, they are communicating with each other the whole step of the way.
Belinda, you wouldn't trust me to help you get out of the commentary box.
Not a chance, my friend. I mean, look at this. Oh, and there's that tether that we spoke about, so on the upper leg there, and you can see that there is a little bit of distance, but it's...
I want to say that's Casillas Alcala who came out of the water first, and then that's Antoine Perel with his guide heading out then. And for the PTVI 1 athletes, you can see that they have, Filipovic, sorry, the Serbian. I was wrong there. And how about that for a blind flying mount?
Incredible.
My gosh.
And so the B1 athletes, they're all wearing blackout masks or blackout goggles or sunglasses.
Because it has to be 100%. But they're not. There must be a few athletes then in this category who are not technically 100%. Therefore, the blackout goggles are required, but not for PTVI 2 and 3.
That's right. Yeah, for the B1 athletes, they can have some slight shadow light perception, but they do fit into that category of being a B1. So to make that a level playing field, the rule is that they wear a blackout mask or a goggle or sunglasses throughout the entire race, that they are seen as a B1. So yes, even for that mounting the bike there, that was quite impressive. And look, Lazar, he was actually a B2 when I was racing, so this is going to be quite interesting to see how he goes, because as we know, the B1s are getting that 2-minute 51 head start basically over the 2s and 3s. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes, because he is a phenomenal athlete.
Thomas Fruworth, he put more time into Brungraber on the 4th lap of the bike, came into transition 3 minutes and 41 seconds ahead. Brungraber made up a bit of time through transition, only 10 seconds though, and Fruworth, you can see, into his work now on the racing wheelchair. And 5 kilometres should make short work of that. 53 minutes now into this race. So the Austrians hoping for a 1-2 lockout at the World Championships, and Fruworth hoping to relegate his compatriot Brungraber to a third silver at the Worlds.
And Will, left of screen now, I just saw Sam Harding and Aaron Royal. So the two Aussies are out of the water and at their bike.
That's a great swim for Sam.
He's out there with this big group that got out together there right now, all leaving fairly closely together. And there you can see them now. Aaron Royal and Sam Harding right on screen. Nice swim. You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, very. Look, Aaron's obviously a very, very
great swimmer in his own right.
Swimmer, so they'd be doing a lot of work training together. They have been up on the Gold Coast, and they'd be perfecting the position that they're in the water together. So as Sammy can benefit off that side wash that Aaron would create from his swimming. So they've definitely improved their swimming since they've been working together, and I'm not surprised to see them come out where they have in the position they're in.
So our leader on the tandem bike as well at the moment, Lazar Filipovic, the Serbian. Oscar Kelly, I saw him come out too of transition just there. His guide, Charlie Harding. They're the one who have that custom painted bike worth of $38,000 US. Sorry, just a bit of cough there. And you'll notice that all the guides, even though they're equal in all areas, they have to wear guide on the front. They don't get to wear their own names. So that's why they got the custom paint job, I was reading, because Oscar felt that Charlie was getting a bit hard done by just have guide written on his chest only. So he got his guide's name written on the bike to try and make up for that, because it is a true team effort, as you can see there, both athletes on this incredible tandem bike. And the other thing, because it's such a small category, I suppose, it's very hard to get a bike sponsor. So these athletes are usually, and I've seen a lot of GoFundMe pages and fundraising pages to try and get, and you look at me like, yep, I 100% understand that, how to try and raise the funds to be able to not only buy a bike, but then ship the bike around.
You're absolutely right. It is a big effort to be able to put the money together to get this. Some athletes are fortunate where their national federations can chip in, or their national Paralympic committees can even chip in as well. But yeah, often you'll see that these athletes are either putting in their own money, or for those that are working, they often put in their own money, and as you say, they're also out there funding as well, trying to get some sponsorship or donations to actually get their equipment that they need to be on the start line.
And how much chat is going on between these two athletes? Obviously, you have to say, the guy's like, okay, we've got a 180-degree turn coming up. Everyone has to... I mean, if you've ever tried to turn around a corner with someone on the back of your bike, trying to get them to lean it the right way and understand the weight transfer, how much chat's going on back and forth?
Yeah, look, it depends on the course. I mean, we do have slightly technical course at the start of this course here. On these straights here that you're seeing now, there wouldn't be much chatter at all between the athletes, but you're right, when they come into a corner, there is talk then, talking about how quickly that corner's coming up, and a lot of these athletes now, if not all of them, are standing up out of the corner, out of the saddle to get the power up quickly. So there's a lot of talk there as well. So you're right, there has to be a bit of chatter, especially leaning into corners. If you've ever been on the back of a motorbike and you don't lean into a corner, the bike can feel...
That's Rodriguez, the champion, the world champion, and she's Rodriguez down and she's trying to find the bike. So, sorry to interrupt there, Jonathan, but just at that moment, one of our absolute champions of para triathlon, Susana Rodriguez of Spain, has had an issue and is being overtaken by multiple groups, and if anyone can settle back into her work, it is Susana Rodriguez with Sarah Perez-Sala.
But stayed cool and calm while that happened. I mean, I think we were more taken aback by what just happened then. Susana, penultimate professional, stayed calm. You could see that she started talking to Sarah Perez-Sala to make sure that she knew where she needed to be once she took that tumble. But it won't be long before we see those two women back on front. But drama unfolding, very early stages here for those two.
Not so much, though, for the Austrian out the front, who has been leading since early doors in this one. Thomas Fruilworth, European champion, Austrian champion, and very soon to be world champion. As we continue to look at these splits, and Brungraber has taken some time out, but nowhere near enough. He's still 3 minutes and 28 seconds back. Louis Noel is going to continue this grand tradition of French podiums so far here in Wollongong. He's 5:20 back, and Howie Sanborn has had some kind of an opening lap on the racing wheelchair. He has jumped his way up into 4th position, the American. Not too long now, so we're going to start crowning our world champions. Someone's gone wide there on that corner, just picked up on the moto cam and had to stop down momentarily. So we'll try and catch up now on who that is. Filipovic and his guide, though.
His guide is actually
no problem.
Strahinja Trakic, another elite athlete that I've dealt with on a daily basis. So another very, very fast athlete in his own right. So great to see them as we see our Aussie girls.
Maggie Sandles.
Love it.
Good name, Maggie Sandles. Really rolls off the tongue, that one.
It does.
In the PTVI 3 category. So just a quick explanation there. PTVI 1, they're the athletes who are totally blind. They may have a little bit of light perception, so they're wearing the goggles, as Jonathan explained. And PTVI 2 and 3 are then the more severe partially sighted and then less severe partially sighted. So the most sight in the PTVI 3 category, but those start together, 2 and 3. And now it's Lauren Parker who is into transition and into the racing wheelchair. And how many iconic photos and shots have we seen of Parker crossing the line in that exact wheelchair, which is now in the Paralympic golden colours, as is her right as the Paralympic champion. We'll see her raise the fist as she crosses another finish line not too long from now, and this one at home, Parker. Pigeon tries to get in the way. She brushes her away, no problem. I said her, but who knows what the gender of the pigeon is, really. Let's be honest. So, in the PTVI men's, we're starting to get some splits come through as well. Filipovic currently 29 seconds ahead of Antoine Perel. And then there's 139 back to Owen Cravens, and then Dave Ellis is 144 back as it stands at the moment. But let's not forget that Perel and Filipovic were in the PTVI 1 category, so they did start quite a bit further ahead than that. Meanwhile, and he knows he's got it, and he's about to come onto the blue carpet, and he's about to become a world champion. It's going to be our Austrian athlete who put the hammer down during the bike leg, and he's going to continue in his winning ways. He's the Austrian champion of 2025, he's the European champion of 2025, and now he's the world champion of 2025. Thomas Fruworth of Austria takes it in Australia. And he did the work on the bike, and it was 5Ks on the run, and off he goes with a World Championship title, and the Austrians might make it 1 and 2 here as well.
And look at that smile, Will. You can see how much this means to him. He's had an absolute ripper of a year. What a season.
Means a lot to him too. I mean, he's been around for 20 years racing at this elite level, but you can see this the culmination of so much work, not just for him, but for his team as well. And there'll be plenty of people, Jonathan, on Team Fruworth celebrating behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's such a big team effort, as we talked about throughout the coverage, and I think he's got to be immensely proud of the result today. That's amazing.
So, Brungraber was taking time out during the 5 kilometre run, or the time with the racing wheelchair. But he was still 3:08 back, so we'll see if he crosses the line. He's not in too much danger from Lewis Knoll, the Frenchman. It looks like that's going to be our top 3 as another lap on the top end of the course for Filipovic, who is still our lead athlete in the PTVI category. But athletes like Ellis and Cravens are taking time out of him at the moment. So as it stands right now, and I will ask you to look into your crystal ball here, Jonathan, Filipovic is 30 seconds ahead of Perel, and then Cravens 139, Ellis 144, Sam Harding 220, Oscar, and that's our PTVI athletes that are currently through the splits. Who's in the box seat out of those 4, do you think, on those current splits?
Look, it's really hard to tell, depending on what sort of bike form they're in. But I mean, obviously Dave's proven that he's a champion here. I'm really impressed with where Owen sits right now. I'm used to say an up-and-coming athlete, but he's now you know, he's got a 4th place at a World Championship previously, and I think he's one to watch for in the future that could be, you know, dominating the sport just like David. He's really coming along, and so I'm not surprised to see him positioned where he is. So really keen to see where this bike leg ends up, because I know Dave and Owen and Sammy are incredible runners. So if they're in striking distance of the 2 B1 athletes ahead, you know, those 3 could be on the podium at this stage.
Okay, we'll head down now to the blue carpet with Doug, who has our new world champion.
Thomas, congratulations, world champion here in Wollongong. How's the feelings after that race?
Oh, thanks very much. I mean, first, it's a great course. I really love it. I also came from cycling. It was the last 10 years, and I've also been time trial world champion this year. So this bike course is perfect for me. I'm a light athlete, so I can push really hard uphill, and there is where I can make the gap, yeah.
When you woke up this morning, presumably quite pleased to see that the chop on the water had calmed down as well, made things slightly more...
Like a pool. It was like a pool outside there. It was lovely. I'm not the world best swimmer, but it was very good for me, just 30 seconds. So I was sure that I can catch them on the bike, and I catch them, I think, after 3 Ks or so. And then it was my turn. On the bike, I pushed really hard, and now I could control it on the run because I had a big lead. It's really a lovely course. Really, for a World Championship, it should like this, a challenging course. I loved it. Perfect weather, so just a lot of fun out there, and enjoyed the racing. Yeah.
And in a super competitive category, having Florian with you, the 2 pushing each other, I mean, that must be a special thing in the camp as well.
Oh, for sure. Now, Florian made 2-time silver in Tokyo and in Paris. And now I make a little bit of comeback to Para Triathlon, and will enjoy also go to LA. And so I'm sure we can push each other for the next years and have a good time.
Big things ahead for sure. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Well, that's my new favourite athlete.
Oh, me too.
Right,
what a smile. And he was just so happy. And to hear him say the conditions, you know, it was like a pool out there. We haven't said that for the last 2 days. It's been anything but
That's
a pool.
right. And we saw Brungraber come across the line as well. 3:34 back in the end, and makes it an Austrian 1-2 in the PTWC category. Here is Brungraber. Now, remember the name. He picks up his 3rd silver at a World Championships to go with 2 bronze as well. Back-to-back silver medals at the Worlds with Torremolinos, and now here in Wollongong. 2 Paralympic silvers as well. So probably a little bittersweet, this one, as he knew it was wide open without Gert Schipper and Jetse Platt here. But he'll be very, very happy for his compatriot Thomas Fruilworth, and to come back to Austria with a gold and a silver from Wollongong. Can't ask for more than that. But Lauren Parker's asking for a little more than that. She's asking for World Championship number 5, and she has been, well, she hasn't been headed one bit. She's now 2 minutes and 26 seconds ahead of Amelia Perry. Actually, I lie, it was 2:26 and transition, and now only 2:01. So Perry's taking a little bit of time out. Lewis Knoll, he comes in 3rd position, the 28-year-old who won in front of a similar field in the WTPS racing in Montreal in July, but these other 2 athletes from Austria weren't there. He beat Landman, Sanborn, Atienza, Pines, and he'll do that again. And finished 5th in the Worlds in 2024, did Lewis Knoll, behind Platt, behind Brungraber again, behind Fruilworth, 4th in Paris, and he picks up a 3rd here in Wollongong, the 5-time French national champion. He's actually defended his title only 2 weeks ago at the French Grand Prix weekend in Cabourg, and then comes down here and picks up a bronze. Meanwhile, Filipovic and his guide into their work up the hill. And out on the racing wheelchair, Parker is not too far away now, I think.
Tell you what, did you see the work that you had to put in then to get that last bit up over that climb? So while we know that the hills here are only short, they are still lethal, and you could see the work that she needed to put in just to get up and over. But over the other side, she is in cruise control right now.
Yeah, just in awe of these athletes, especially when they need to go uphill. We've got a very famous race in Sydney called the Balmoral Burn, and it's incredibly hard for athletes to run up it. I've done it a couple of times, horrible, but And I've watched Kurt Fearnley do it in a wheelchair and have to zigzag his way up that hill, and it is something to behold. And you're nodding at me like you know exactly what I'm talking about. Have you ever done that one?
No, I would love to, but yeah, I don't even know if I get halfway up now with my level of fitness these days. But yeah, it's a bit of a burn. I think it's 800 metres.
Yeah, but it's like a 12% gradient or something. It wouldn't even be able to have it in this.
No.
But and zigzag up goes Kurt Fearnley, and not just Kurt, but a whole bunch of athletes. It's just it's something to behold, I tell you. When they make the turns on the zigzags, the front wheel goes up in the air because of the of how steep it is.
Yeah.
Trying to lean forward to keep the wheel down so they don't tip backwards.
That's incredible.
Absolutely mad. And then I'm sitting there with my 2 legs, just feeling bad about myself because
wanting to stop and
because
walk.
I struggled so much just trying to run up it.
And we are going to see Lauren now. She's making that last turn. So
that's it. Now it's all downhill onto the blue carpet.
What a race.
Well, she comes here with the weight of expectation, and she will leave with a World Championship title number 5, putting her into some rare air, Lauren Parker, as she aims for Milan Cortina 2026 in the biathlon, if you can believe that.
Biathlon and cross-country skiing. So not just one sport. That's not enough for the old Lauren Parker. She wants 2 sports.
Well, she's still got a little bit to go. We're only got 1 lap to go, actually, still.
Oh, 1 lap to go. Okay, so she's just on the last.
I thought we were going on the blue carpet there for a second. I was getting a bit overexcited.
So did I. Me too.
Yeah. So
1 more
confirmation
lap to go.
then of our athletes that have crossed the line. So Frulworth, Brungraber, and Noel are your top 3, are your podium for the PTWC category. Congratulations to Howie Sanborn, who finishes in 4th position in the world, 7 minutes and 5 seconds back. Giovanni Acenza, the Italian, finishes 7:49 in arrears in the end. So nearly 8 minutes covering the top 5, and to arrive down here in Wollongong and walk away with a top 5 position is very, very impressive.
Love that in the background. Go, Loza, go. She's got a
Extremely
massive
Australian thing to say.
It is a massive fan base. I know she's very, very popular here and overseas, but doesn't live too far from here. Newcastle.
Yeah, very similar city to Wollongong.
Steelwork City. Yep.
It's Wollongong of the north.
That's
about the same
exactly.
distance. It's the same distance north of Sydney. I can see you wishing you were wearing the green and gold right now, mate. I've got to say, I mean, you're a Com Games athlete, you're former world champion, you went to Tokyo, wearing the green and gold, and now you're looking at the green and gold, you're thinking, oh.
I was considering wearing the suit here into the commentary.
You should have.
You should have. We would love that.
Wouldn't have been appropriate.
Oh, we loved it.
Belinda's actually got one of her race suits on underneath that. But it was
superhero suit, right?
Yeah, it was from 32 years ago, I think.
Just about.
He was in it all the time. It's unhygienic.
Well, 32 years ago, I think it was, since I last raced the Wollongong Triathlon, so...
Pretty much. All right, and there is Freitas, as you mentioned, one of the Brazilian athletes, and Filipovic, our men's leader, who is still keeping that lead. A shakeout run for maybe a few of the T100 athletes there who will be racing later on today. Belinda, you'll be on the mic for that one. That's going to be really something to behold down here in Wollongong. The T100 joining World Triathlon this weekend.
Well, Aaron Royal, who is actually out there right now, as we know, with Sam Harding, he will be joining me in commentary. So it'll be great to have Aaron. He's lived here in Wollongong for 15 years, so a semi-local, you could say.
I think 15 makes you a local.
It does, yeah. Okay,
I'll give you that.
It keeps. I mean, I thought that where I am in Noosa, but 20 years, and they're
You've
still
only
saying
been
I'm
here
not
7
one.
years.
7 years. You're not there.
You're a local.
Yeah.
You've got to hit 10 years to be a local. You're not a local yet.
Minimum 10 years.
You're from Nowra, right? Nowra?
I grew up in Nowra. I did move back down there a year ago, actually.
Oh, you've been back down?
Yeah, with the wife and kids.
Well, in that case, can you update your Wikipedia page?
Well, you know, I did mention there's the Illawarra Paralympic tribute wall just here on the run course, actually, and my name's on that, and that does make me a local.
That's good enough.
I'm going to claim it.
A local for life, absolutely.
That's right.
And so you moved back down with your wife and child, and I do hear baby number 2 is perhaps on the way.
Number 4.
Number 4?
What?
Oh, what 2?
Yeah.
Oh, I got told 2.
Building my own little relay team for
that is outrageous behaviour from you.
in the future.
Oh, I love that. Congratulations.
4. You know how it's happening, right? You know you can stop it, put a stop to it at any time. Dear, oh dear.
Building up his own little relay team.
That's right. Very good. All right, down the hill, the Serbian Filipovic, who has been on the lead throughout the bike on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, if you're an Australian fan, you'll be very happy to hear a healthy lead for Lauren Parker, who continues to sweep all before her in the world of para sports, not just para triathlon. She's going to make one more turn at the bottom end of the course, and then it'll be onto the blue carpet. And she hasn't just won this race, she's won it in Lauren Parker style.
Domination, pure domination.
No wetsuit from the beginning, went her own way on the swim. Everyone else followed in a different pack, and she's basically done herself a nice little hour-ish time trial. Hour and 15 minutes. And what an effort it has been. Now on the downhill section. All focused though.
And it will be world title number 5 for this young woman as she is now on the blue carpet. Smiles all around for Lauren Parker.
Yeah, she's been all business up until this exact point, and finally the smile and knowing that she has done it again under all sorts of pressure at home. Lauren Parker is your world champion again. The chant goes up, and why not?
And well done to her. Great effort there.
Yeah, as we said, it's a team effort. It takes a little village to get around the world, get it done, and Lauren Parker, when it has counted, has put a race together that she will be proud of in the coming days and months as she then looks ahead and switches sports with the idea of heading on to the Winter Paralympics in Milan in February. So she's done what she had to do. An update on the rest of the splits then from the Para Triathlon wheelchair category. It was Fruaworth, Brungrabber, Noel Sandman and Achenza your top 5. Now Josh Landman's come across in a sprint finish and just taken Junpei Kimura at 9:29 back. So Landman swallowed up 10 seconds at the back end of that one and has sprinted past Kimura as Amelia Perry comes across and picks up the silver medal in the PTWC women's category. And there is your gold and silver medalist, number 102 Parker, number 104 Perry, who's had a fantastic race in what is a stacked field. Perry was silver in the paracycling worlds in the road race and the TT in August. But she's beaten athletes like bronze medalist from Paris, Eva Morel, who's a 4-time bronze in the World Champs. Jessica Ferreira, the silver medalist from Paris, who came from cycling as well. She beat Lauren Parker to silver in Torremolinos last year, Jessica Ferreira, and now she comes across the line with a bronze of her own. 2 minutes, 25 seconds back. So she goes from a silver last year to a bronze this year. The Brazilian Jessica Ferreira, and that is your top 3. Parker, Perry, Ferreira.
Look at this on the left now. A little bit of traffic now around this far turn on the course. You can see that is Susana Rodriguez and Sara Perez-Sala on the front, with the Serbians also coming through now. And our French duo. But Susana Rodriguez...
That's a change in the lead, I believe.
I think
Perel.
it is. They've overtaken...
Has overtaken Filipovic for the lead, and Rodriguez is out there in the women's race.
And talking about Rodriguez, I mean, we talk about what they do in their spare time, so to speak. She's a doctor.
In your spare time?
Spare time, she is a doctor. It's just...
When you say spare time, you think of like knitting or Minecraft. You don't think of medicine. for example. And here is the change in the lead. And they did it with superior cornering coming in and hitting that apex perfectly, and that is Antoine Perel.
But yes, Susana Rodriguez, she's a current Olympic gold medalist, of course, from Paris. She's a 6-time world champion, a 5-time European champion. But now we've got our men on screen, so they are absolutely flying right now.
Yeah, they'd be clocking close to 45k an hour on these straights.
45k an hour.
There's a Spaniard on screen, Hector Catala La Parra, number 631. Looks like this is our battle for the lead between Antoine Perel and Lazar Filipovic. And we'll head down now to the blue carpet with your world champion for the 5th time, Lauren Parker.
Oh, it feels so good to get number 5 and to get it done in my home country, and yeah, with my family and friends around and my team. It's just a really special moment. Yeah.
How was the race out there? Can you just piece it together for us?
It's definitely a tough course, but I got a good lead out of the swim and continued that on the bike. I felt really strong on the bike, and the bike course definitely works to my strengths with being a bit more tough and with the hills and stuff. So I was able to get more of a lead on the bike because I knew the girls were going to be running me down on that run. Which they were, but I was able to hold them off, and yeah, I'm really happy to get my fifth world title.
That first World Champs for you was in Gold Coast, just up the coast. And yeah, to be able to perform in front of the crowds out there were great as well. To do this at home must be magical.
Oh yeah, so special, and everyone was so supportive out there, and definitely made me push that little bit harder, you know, having everyone on course. So really special moment to have everyone around me, and yeah, my whole supportive team, and I hope I've done my home country proud.
And just over a year after getting it done in Paris as well, and obviously Torremolinos, you took a little time off and like a different approach into that race. But having not won that race, did that fuel a little fire back in you again?
Oh, definitely. I wanted to get back on top again, and I worked really hard for this one, and I'm just happy I was able to get it done.
And you're a tough woman to keep track of. Remind us of the schedule you've got coming up next, because it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, I'm so busy. I've decided to add another sport to my schedule, and with snow, skiing, cross-country skiing and biathlon. So I'm trying to get to the Winter Paralympics, so we'll see.
Aussie girl on the snow, that's going to be something to see.
Yeah, it's definitely a big challenge for me, but I'm up for it.
Great stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Long may we see Lauren Parker on a Paralympic stage, summer, winter, or of course on the World Championship stage, where she's done the job again, tick the box and move on now to another challenge. And that's what we love to see. And it's a real battle in the PTVI category at the moment, with Antoine Perel out the front. Really strong transition. It's transitioning for an able-bodied athlete with full sight coming down that hill is hard. On a tandem bike at that speed, you're just nodding at me, Jonathan. That is like ballet to get that right.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes now on the tandems are actually dismounting just the same way as able-bodied athletes would, which is standing on the side of their bike on the pedal and jumping off. So they do, as I said earlier, they do practice this, and it is a fine art, but you can save so much time by doing it that way rather than stopping and then throwing the leg over the bike to get off. So every second counts in this sport, so they definitely do a great job of it these days.
Flying dismount, hard. Flying mount without seeing, I get it right about 40% of the time with full sight. So I'm very impressed by that, extremely impressed. Perel out the front, being chased by the Serbian, Filipovic. And we haven't seen the likes of Dave Ellis just yet. These are both athletes that started in the first wave. So when we get some splits, we'll be able to tell. And here we can see some of the chasing athletes coming in.
That's Sam Harding and his guide Aaron Royal there to the right of screen. So helmets off, run shoes on, and great transition from the two of them right now as they head out onto this 5-kilometre run.
It'll be a World Championship podium would be a huge, huge effort at home for Aaron Royal and Sam Harding.
We know Sam comes from an athletic background. He was originally an 800-metre runner, I think, but 1,500 metres, but now turned to triathlon, so we know that the two of them are going to be very fast on this run leg.
So third and fourth, there's a battle for first and second, and here it is between Perel and Filipovic, but there's also a battle for third at the moment going on between Sam Harding, the 34-year-old from Perth. Already been to 2 Paralympics in the athletics, in the 400 and the 800, picked up a silver in the Commonwealth Games, was 5th in Paris overall, and 3rd in the World Champs would be huge. But here comes the Serbian, Filipovic, who is closing in with his guide on Perel and his guide. And you can see how they have to really coordinate the run in terms of which foot they're going first in when you've got such a short tether between the pair of them. They have to stay really in sync to be able to be quick. And the Serbian pairing who led on the bike, was overtaken towards the back end of the run, has now coming back into it. And knowing what you know, Jonathan, about Antoine Perel and also Lazar Filipovic, I mean, who's your money on in this head-to-head battle?
It's a tough one. I mean, having raced both of them, I think Lazar's probably got the edge over Antoine, but look, they're both great runners, and every course is different, and how they're feeling right now could be completely different because of the bike course they've just done, which was quite tough. So really it's hard to know, but I mean, Lazar's got up onto the back of them pretty quick, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm really keen to see what's happening with the other athletes behind catching up too, because in this type of racing with the PTVI category, you'll see the B2s and B3s catch the B1s right towards the back end of the race, and you get those real tight finishes. So it's quite unique because they are running separate races right till the end. But yeah, hopefully we'll see some exciting finishes here.
Yeah, we're just trying to get some splits coming out of transition. Of course, all the categories are running at different times, but this is the race for the lead, and the gap is being maintained right now. I wonder whether, and they can see the discussion between Filipovic and his guide. They're talking about how far they are ahead. What do we want to do? Do we want to go?
You can see,
and I think they're going to go now.
Yep.
It's quite difficult to overtake. As you can see, there's 4 abreast there, and the course isn't super wide, so that in itself is quite a big challenge, and to be able to talk to your guide and know when the right time to move and to get yourself in the right position to overtake without tripping over.
And doing this all while running at crazy speeds. I mean, they're not out for an afternoon jog here. They are racing and racing hard, and then to have to make these decisions on a whim, it's truly impressive.
Yeah, it really is. And they decided to make the overtake on a corner too. So not only do you have to take, because we've got a corner, but we want to stay outside the athletes on the inside of us, but then we need to turn. So I'm going to give you a little nudge on the elbow. And how much of it, Jonathan, I suppose, is they're obviously talking, but also there's a little bit of physical contact and guiding in a physical way. Is that something that happens? I just noticed that the Serbian guy just gave a little touch on the elbow. Does that happen in this as well, or is it all audio input?
No, predominantly audio, but you do have some free lead zones, so that can be where there's the aid stations. So the guide can go ahead of the athlete for safety if they're coming around tight corners, things like that, and overtaking as well. There's you can grab the elbow for safety reasons, so that is allowed. But generally, the rule states outside of that they're not allowed to grab the elbow and be dragged along, so to speak.
Right, and here is Susana Rodriguez coming into transition. the Spanish champion, 37 years of age. 6-time world champion, including last year, and also add to that, if you don't mind, 4 silvers and 3 bronzes, so she's been to many a world championship. The reigning and dual Paralympic champion, born with less than 10% vision. She's got 8% vision in one eye, 5% in the other. She has the goggles on, so right now she doesn't have any vision in either eye. And that vision issue to do with the albinism that she was born with as well. And now we are 4 abreast in 2 teams in a battle for the lead. And after that overtake by Filipovic, Perel has taken the lead again. Meanwhile, Sarah Perez-Sala and Susana Rodriguez have no one around them.
So that mishap at the very beginning, out of transition, where there was a little bit of a fall for Susana.
Didn't matter, did it, in the end?
Did not matter.
So, I mean, something like that, I mean, you lose a few seconds, and I can only imagine how distressing it would be without your sight. But if you have a small issue like that, really it's about having the experience to stay mentally in the game
calm
and not to get thrown off by that. And she's one of those athletes that seems to be able to handle anything thrown at her.
Yeah, she's very, very experienced athlete. She's been been at the pointy end of this category for a number of years now. So and she has had similar incidents at a World Champs even 2 years ago. I think it was she had a fall off the bike. So those sorts of experiences, definitely you learn from those, and they stayed calm. I think the benefit was that it was just at the start of the bike leg. Mounting the bike can be quite challenging and technical. So they've got that right in the end and find themselves back in the lead.
Speaking of the lead, Perel back in the lead, exactly as it was on the last lap between these two, and we could be seeing a 4-way/2-way sprint finish.
I can't believe this is going to be 3 for 3. We're going for another sprint finish here. We had one on day 1. Looks like we're going to have another one here today. This is a real battle royale that's playing out in front of us right now. Neither is willing to let the other one go.
And you know what? Dave Ellis is closing too. So we'll see on the next time through the splits. But Filipovic,
I can see them now in the background, Will.
Perel are together, and then Dave Ellis, one of the more decorated athletes in multisport. The British athlete was 40 seconds back through the last split. It's not that now, I would say. And another minute back to Sam Harding and Arit Royal. Then Thibaut Rigaudot, the Frenchman, 2:05. Oscar Kelly, 2:42 is your top 6 in the PTVI category. And now the Italian athletes out onto the run portion.
That is Francesca Tarantello from Italy and her guide.
She's a world champion from 2023. And she has such a resume too. Silver in Paris, silver in Torremolinos. And the battle between Rodriguez and Tarantello is a really interesting one, because in the European Champs this year in Besançon, 2 minutes 31 between them. It was Rodriguez to the good. In Torremolinos last year, 1 minute 44 between them. Again, Rodriguez to the good. And then in Paris, it was 2:24. Again, Rodriguez had the win. So a consistent buffer of between 1:45 and 2:30 between these two athletes. It just shows you that they're both, and their guides, at the absolute top of their game when you can have different courses and there's yet a similar gap continuously. They are in elite shape. You can see Rodriguez there, Harding and Royal behind them. They are on different laps of the run. And then another Spanish pairing in behind. I think that's Hector Catala.
I think something may have happened to Owen Craven, because he was up there in 3rd place early, and he's a very strong bike and runner. So perhaps something happened out there on the bike course, because they're obviously not there on the splits at the top.
No.
Well, that gap between Filipovic, Perel, and Ellis, it was 40 seconds, now 11 seconds. Perel has gapped Filipovic, and Ellis is incoming.
Oh, look at this.
There you go, 1, 2, and 3.
Ow.
France, Serbia, and Great Britain, they've still got another lap on the run to go, and Ellis has erased 30 seconds between the last 2 timing splits. You can see him there on the left-hand side in the back of shot. He's about to swallow up our bike leader, Lazar Filipovic of Serbia, and his guide. And then it'll be about Perel, the Frenchman, and his guide out the front. And he looks behind and he says, Antoine, here comes Dave.
It's like, uh-oh. And of course, Dave Ellis, he is our defending champion. He was the 2024 European champion, the 2024 Paralympic gold medalist. We know that he is one of the fastest, if not fastest, racing here today. And look at this now, look at this.
He is making this gap disappear, and he's smiling too. There's a little smile there. He knows he's on camera. Hasn't finished outside the top two since a DNF at Tokyo 2021, which we talked about. Outside that mechanical he had at the European Champs this year. Multiple national champion for Great Britain. Beat Thibaut Rigaudot by 90 seconds to the Paralympic gold in 2024. Beat Perel in that one, who was in the bronze medal position, by 2 minutes. And now he has run past him, the 2024 European champion as well, Ellis, and made Perel, who is motoring, look slow.
And
so
2022 Commonwealth Games gold medalist too.
Add that in for good measure.
Why not?
Add that in for good measure. And the reason that Jonathan brings that up is because he wants to mention that he was the bronze medalist. Him and David Mainwaring.
As he should.
And why not? You know what? He's the only man with a medal in the commentary box.
And of course, Dave Mainwaring, a great pro athlete in his own right.
Yep, he was my guide there and in Tokyo, and he also guided Sammy Harding for a bunch of races too before Aaron took over. So great guide.
So if you're just joining us, Lauren Parker is your 5-time world champion in the PTWC women's category. Thomas Fruerworth, the Austrian, added his national title, and the European title will add a world title to that. And now Dave Ellis, the 2024 world champion, is looking to go back-to-back. In 2024, he did the whole thing, Europeans, Paralympics, and the world title.
Come on. And he's incredible. And you
probably
know what?
seeing the two best para-triathletes, arguably.
Right
There's a couple we haven't seen yet. We'll see later today. But two of the best ever to do it. Ellis and Rodriguez are leading their respective races.
They are absolutely flying on screen right now. In fact, it's the first time I think actually his guide, so Luke Pollard, is actually suffering a little bit more than Ellis is suffering. He's really pushing the pace.
No, I think that happens every race. For Luke, Dave just absolutely pushes the limit and keeps his guide honest.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. It's a brave job being the guides of either of these two incredible athletes. You know, you don't have to say incredible para-athletes, you just say incredible athletes. Mate, they are incredible athletes. Every single person who is out here on this course, they all are.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very interesting to see what Sara Perez-Sala does now. Once this race is over, we know that she doesn't have too much time before that women's T100 race starts this afternoon, 2 p.m. So, if anyone can do it, Sara Perez-Sala can. She's an incredible athlete in her own right. Brilliant swim, one of the best swimmers. We do expect to see her lead, or at least be right up the pointy end of the field out of the swim this afternoon. Very good on the bike. One of the most aero athletes going. So very, very strong swim bike.
Horrible warm-up, though. Horrible warm-up.
Well, not the sort of warm-up I would suggest to do.
Horrendous, but there you go. We've got athletes backing up. You've got like a Hayden Wild and other athletes who are going to go and race the T100 race and then race the elite race tomorrow.
The day after, that's right, correct.
Yeah, good work if you can
at least Hayden's got 24 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
what have we got?
He's as easy compared to this.
About 4 hours or
Yes.
so. So Ellis is heading out to the turnaround in town. And that is some kind of run. I don't know what pace that is, but it is fast.
Don't they look, they just look so
Low
good.
3-minute pace.
Yeah, they'd be running around, close to 16 minutes for their 5Ks.
Wow.
That is gross.
Yeah.
That is a disgusting, unachievable time for me.
Definitely for me.
And he is telling Luke, mate, keep up, please. We need to win this in style.
Having a little chat with each other there, so definitely in control, these two.
I think it's Ellis having a chat. Who's in third? And Luke's like, can't talk right now, champ.
Don't stop.
Too busy winning a world title.
Oh, it's amazing.
All right, and he says it's time. It's time to head onto the blue carpet. And Dave Ellis, the 2024 Paralympic champion, European champion, and world champion, comes back and wins it again, this time in Wollongong with Luke Pollard alongside him. Dave Ellis, a legend of the sport, adds to his resume once again with a supreme run to come from third, to go past the Serbians and the French, and Antoine Perel, who's been a factor all the way through this race as well. He held off a charge from the Serbians, couldn't hold off Ellis. He picks up second, big result for him. And Lazar Filipovic, another very big result for him too. That's a great effort from him, ends up on a world championship podium. So Great Britain, France, as they do across all categories, are a factor on the podium again, and Ellis just continues to add to his incredible resume as an athlete.
That was seriously goosebump material. Such incredible racing from these 6 men, 3 athletes and their incredible guides. The camaraderie on the finish line too.
So Rodriguez in all sorts of control in the women's. And we'll look for Sam Harding, who was sitting in 4th position alongside Aaron Royal, who's about a minute back. There he is, they've crossed the line now. So 5th at the Paralympics, they go to 4th at the World Championships. There'll probably be sort of mixed emotions about that one. They would have loved to stand on a podium, but 4th is an incredible effort for Harding, who's come over from Perth to, well, he was originally from Perth anyway, here from the West Coast to the East Coast. Isn't this a familiar sight? She's done a few different partners over the years, Susana Rodriguez, but it hasn't made one lick of difference. I think maybe she just burns her partners out.
Just got to keep changing them over.
We need to kind of change them over like different sets of tyres in a Formula One race.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to continue to find ways to rebuild that trust. 1 lap to go for her. And yeah, have to rebuild the trust, understand the communications.
And here we
across
go.
3 disciplines and transition. So she's 1.7 kilometres now from her finish. She is well ahead at the 57-minute mark in her own race. In this one, that clock for 1:42 is for the race overall since the start of the PTWC category. Some minor placings as well. We're not seeing Cravens at all, so I think he might be a DNF, which is disappointing.
Possibly a mechanical, like you spoke about, Jonathan.
Yeah, if that's the case, really disappointing for him. He's just an absolute gun, up-and-coming athlete, and would have been really exciting to see him have a battle with Dave out there. Yeah. I really think Owen was probably the biggest competitor for Dave today, so we'll have to wait another year to see that battle again.
Well, we'll see it in Pontevedra next year, hopefully. We'll head down now to Doug, who has a new world champion, Dave Ellis.
Dave, congratulations. It's another world title, but my God, not many you've had to work quite that hard for.
No, it takes me back to the early days when I used to come off the bike a couple of minutes behind and have to chase. But yeah, it's been a while since I've had to do that, and I really hate that. That's horrible. That is the worst way to race, yeah.
Is that right? Is that why the smile as you came to the front finally? Because yeah, it was a bit of relief in there as well.
Yeah, absolute relief. I think it was a minute coming out of T2 is, yeah, I know those boys can run pretty well, so I thought, whoa, this is going to be a hard day.
What was it about the first stages then that made it that much harder?
I don't know. Did we slightly go off course on the swim?
No, I think I don't think we got a great start, or everyone else got a really good start, and then
way ahead, weren't they?
Yeah, so we had to battle through the swim a little bit, and then obviously just had to chase that deficit on the bike. But you know, those lads can shift, so we weren't really making as much inroads kind of hoped we would. So, but hopefully, yeah, luckily Dave backed it up on the runner.
And how was the chat out there as you sort of reeled in the French and the Croatian duo? Like, you know, it's not easy to pass at the best of times, let alone when there's, you know, it's 4 abreast on a tight course and you've got to do it twice.
Yeah, I think the skills of the guides for the other nations as well, making sure everyone's getting around safely and stuff. But yeah, just picking our moments really of when to overtake and when to make our move. So yeah, I think we did that well today.
So yeah, again, that was what fueled the smile, was it, passing those guys so late on?
I don't know if it was a smile, it was more like, pain, agony. It might look like a smile, but if you could see my eyes, it was just screaming.
And if you look back to your first World Champs, I think it was Rotterdam 2017, and how far things have gone since then, just, yeah, you know, to still be at the top of the game.
It's actually longer. I did Worlds in 2013. Yeah, that was my first Worlds, but yeah, and then didn't do the sport for a few years after that, and then came back in 2017. So it feels a long time I've been doing this sport, but yeah, still great to win a world title and still as special as the first one, for sure.
For sure. Sorry for chipping 4 years off your career, and congratulations, fellas. Enjoy the podium.
Yeah,
cheers.
Thank you.
Well, he doesn't look old enough. I mean, when did he start racing? When he was 10?
When he was 5. And here it is, and that is the grimace smile of Dave Ellis, and his guide as well, Luke Pollard, who obviously, and you heard Luke say that, it's about when to make the move, and they've been under a different kind of pressure it was 50 seconds they were out of transition in arrears, and that was a different place to be for Dave Ellis, and probably makes this win a little more special.
Yeah, I think so. He's just been so consistent over so many years that, you know, he's been able to put himself in that position where he hasn't had to use his run, which is his biggest strength, to, you know, every bit of inch that he can get out of it. So he's had to do that today, and it's great to see that he can dig that deep and still come out with that win.
That is exactly right. Yamada, the Japanese athlete, lapped out there by Rodriguez, who is motoring along as usual with some instructions from Sara Perez-Sala. But hasn't changed one bit in terms of her running cadence or style or anything since the beginning of this run, and he's just eating up the kilometres is what we're used to seeing.
It's interesting to see the different styles that they're used to when they run. You can see that Susana's guide there, she sort of keeps that inside arm sort of, you know, down. She doesn't actually have a nice swinging motion that you generally would have, so that allows Susana to really just stay into her run motion.
Especially when you compare them to the Japanese, obviously they have that longer tether, or the tether, you know that there's that set length that they're allowed. But these two in front of us, you know, the tether's very, very short.
Why? It'd surely be easier with a longer tether.
Well, it just depends. I mean, because the B1 athletes really need to be close to their guide to get that feedback from the tether and even connecting the forearms together, as you can see. And whereas those that are B2s and 3s can often run without being connected by the arms, so they can have more freedom in their movement.
And then I saw another of our athletes where they were tethered around the waist, so they had complete free movement of the arms, which for me would make sense to be the easiest, but like you said, those that need that constant feedback,
that's right,
wouldn't be so good.
But you know what, she's an absolute champion at what she does, so whatever she's doing is working.
She's doing it right.
Do not change.
That's for sure.
All right, confirmation then. Dave Ellis is your gold medalist. Antoine Perel and Lazar Filipovic in the men's. Then Sam Harding. Thibaut Rigaudot finished 2:21 seconds back. Oscar Kelly from Great Britain, the second British athlete, 2:42 in arrears. Hector Catala Lapata, the Spanish athlete. And then just over the line now, Ryota Kashiki in 8th overall at 8:24 back. They are your men's athletes, and the women took off a little bit after them, and these are your leaders right now. Susana Rodriguez and Sara Perez-Sala, who are going to head onto the blue carpet. And I don't know what blue carpet is in Spanish, but I think that's what Sarah's saying. Right, we're here.
Just about to hit it. So that mishap out of T1 has meant nothing to these two, the penultimate athletes.
And Yamada in the men's race is going to cross, but it's a sprint finish, and why not? And a happy one too from Susana Rodriguez, who adds yet another world title to her 6 already. They cross over, they take the tape. in order to take the tape in front of the men, they had to sprint it there to get it done. So Sarah Perez-Sala, who guided Susana Rodriguez, is now a 7-time world champion, 2012, 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2024, and now 2025.
And you can see what this means. You know, we take it for granted. She's got so many world titles, but each and every one is just as special as the last. And look at this, the embrace here. I mean, it's such a special relationship, isn't it, between athlete and guide. Wonderful, wonderful scenes down on the finish line.
Well, she has just about swept all before her.
They're just checking over you. I did see when she was running, she had a little bit of skin off the knee and a little bit of skin off the elbow.
That's from that initial, now they're talking about it. Whose fault was it when we fell off the bike? I think it was yours. No, I think it was yours.
Well, being a doctor, I'm sure she can treat that. So it should be okay.
There it is. It just went a bit sideways. It wouldn't take much on a reasonably unwieldy piece of equipment that is still the pinnacle of technology. And those glasses making sure that she has no peripheral vision whatsoever allowed. As it is, she has, as we said, only 5% in one eye and 8% in the other. And what a team effort from those two phenomenal triathletes, the pair of them. So that, if I'm right, that is her 15th World Championship medal.
There can't be
Para
too many.
Triathlon.
There can't be too many like that many.
Now, and she's done other stuff, 5-time European champ as well, the current now Paralympic European and world champion. And Tarantello, who in between all of those world championship titles, took the 2023 World Championship, took silver in Paris, takes silver here as well, along with a silver in Torremolinos. And Tarantello, she does it again, and this time it is 2:14, the gap between herself and Susana Rodriguez, which is just about in the hitting zone in the last times they've gone head-to-head. 1:44, 2:31, 2:24, now 2:14. So Tarantello, the Italian, picks up another silver medal, so that's back-to-back silvers for the Italians here in Para Triathlon, with Antoine Perel, taking the silver in the men's wheelchair category just earlier on.
There are everything. Heels, fast bars. I mean, even because Para Triathlon is very flat. And this year we have this course, the Europeans was also filming, and it's nice to have like different.
Great run in third from the German Anja Renner, who we haven't really spoken too much about. It's been the Rodriguez show, but Antoine Renner is your bronze medalist, along with her guide here in Wollongong. Man, you can just see how much it means to them as a there's not many more relationships that are closer than a para triathlete, a vision impaired athlete, and their guide.
Water? I have a towel. Do you want a wet towel? Oh, it's okay.
And a little bit of the wash up here in Wollongong, and it's a muggy, difficult but still day. So as the temperature continues to rise into the T100 this afternoon, it's going to be a test in the heat, and we'll head down now once again to Doug, once again with a world champion and on the blue carpet.
Sue, congratulations. A lovely moment between the two of you at the finish there. I mean, you look like you've really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was a very challenging race, but always nice, like racing in Australia. Everything is like perfectly prepared, so I really like coming here. It was very hard last weeks for me with some mental challenges, and I am very pleased to Sarah because she has supported me more than ever in everything she could help me. So I am very happy to the job we did today. And now when I am back home, I need to work very hard to be confident on myself again.
Okay, well, so have you been together for the past 2 weeks, like in the build-up to here?
Yeah, we were here since the 6th of October. We wanted to come a bit before because of the different timing between Europe and Australia. Also, the trip is really long. And we had heard that the area is really nice, so we wanted to train here. Although the second day we went with the bike to Picton Road, and I was almost with an infarct because there were many cars and I was very frightened.
Yeah, well, if you're going to travel halfway around the world, to have a course like this waiting for you at the end of it makes it a bit special, right? I mean, you really enjoyed attacking those hills and...
Yeah, it was a course a bit different than what we usually have in Para Triathlon. The T1 with the stairs, the bike with some hills, some flat parts, some technical. The same for the round course, it was a bit not all flat. And I think it's good that we have different scenarios for racing because this increases the level of the whole para-triathlon sport. And I'm happy to be here again.
And Sarah, you've been really enjoying working with Susie, obviously, apart from coming out of the water into T1 and she started to take control.
Yes, I think she did very well. Just nothing. Just, Susana, you need to do this, and she did it. So I'm very happy and I'm very proud of herself because it's true that last few weeks was very tough for her with mental things. And today I didn't see her like other times with confidence. And okay, we need to do everything good, no mistakes, and you don't need a perfect race. Only don't have mistakes. And I think she did very well, and I enjoyed. For me, it's a pleasure race with her and help her. And I'm very happy to be with para triathletes.
Yeah, you work together brilliantly, but okay, Susie, in your words then, what happened at the transition?
Vale, claro, me ha preguntado. Sorry.
No, the thing is that usually when we don't do a flying mount, we just stop and close the right foot, the right shoe. And when we are both ready, we said, yeah, like, okay. And Sarah has the last word because she's in command. But I was so excited to start the bike that I put and closed the shoe and I said, yeah, and I started pedaling and Sarah was still in the finish of closing the shoe. So the bike lost the balance and we went to the floor. I was a bit I'm happy because he didn't take me out of the race and
it's more emotional race with these things.
Years before, if I had a little mistake, I used to keep all the race focusing on that. And I worked a lot on this, and I think now I'm a bit better. For example, in Paris, I passed a boy under it, and my hand was in the rope, and I just think, okay, take it out and follow and keep doing your work. Don't focus on that. And I think today the fall didn't take me out of the race.
And nice for her, 5 minutes later, the crash, I think. And Susana, are you okay? Yeah. Okay, don't worry.
5 minutes to get the debrief. Well, congratulations, a brilliant race, yeah, and another world title.
Now I have to keep here because Sarah is racing T100. So now she has to work again.
Crikey, all right, yeah, get to it. Well done.
Thank you, sorry for the answer.
Oh, they're an amazing pair, aren't they? What two characters, huh?
Yeah, and what a morning's racing we have already had. We have had the triumph, we've had a little bit of tragedy, we've had a bit of everything, we've had some incredible stories and other chapters being written and some amazing performances. Your world champions, Thomas Fruerwith of Austria, Dave Ellis. You can see him lifting the tape from Great Britain. Lauren Parker does it again. And Susana Rodriguez, despite that little mishap, comes back. We'll be back with more para-triathlon racing very, very soon. But on behalf of Jonathan Gerlach, Belinda Granger and myself, Will McCloy, it is bye from Wollongong for now.
she is the second away. She's a silver world champion. Of course, we're away. PTWC female 100 running back to the line at 7.3 world championship total last year. So Scotland. European title, he was equal favourite here. He's from Austria.
Come on everyone, make some noise one more time for Lauren.
If it is the transition lap, they've got to get their feet out of their shoes. They'll ride their feet on top. The margin on Dave Ellis. Still running second by their say that again. Better living every day. That's what she means to themselves.
Allez, dai. Penso adesso.
Dave Ellis, you are a world champion. Bronze medalist at the World Championship. Hey, Serbia, make some noise. Your opponent, bronze medalist at the World Championship. Rodriguez from Spain is the world champion. Well done, Sarah. World Championships here in Wollongong. She was also second at the Paralympic Games, and she's the 2023 World Champion. So that's congratulations to the German. Her guide was Maria Poi. So well done. Spain, gold, Italy.
It's amazing to be part of this era of the sport.
When you're fresh start.
Looking forward to racing and getting the season rolling.
We got some of the stars of tomorrow, I think.
We will see who gets the win.
And here we go.
The athletes give every ounce of energy they have.
That is the effort of T100.
Now the race is on.
It is a run showdown. Your world champion. All corners of the world, all forms of triathlon, and then all roads lead to the south coast of New South Wales, about 90 minutes south of Sydney in Australia, to Wollongong, a city of 300,000 and a true mecca for multi-sport in terms of the beautiful and rugged surroundings. Some great training down here, a great destination to stay, train and play, and there's already been so much para-triathlon action earlier tonight. We've got some to look forward to very, very soon with the PTS 2, 3, 4 and 5 categories, but the PTWC, the wheelchair athletes and the vision impaired athletes were out early this morning. Let's have a look back at what happened if you indeed missed it. The first to head out there were the men's wheelchair athletes in the H1 category and then the H2 category as well, and they were swimming in what looks like a very, very different ocean and cove to what it did yesterday. We had to change the swims yesterday for the juniors because the sea was so rough. And now, this morning at least at 7:30, it was absolutely perfect, wasn't it, Belinda Granger?
It really was. I thought after yesterday with the conditions that we had to deal with, or the athletes had to deal with, to wake up this morning to absolutely picture-perfect conditions. It was wonderful to see our para athletes make their way around this course.
Now, the Austrians and the Australians were in charge early on in the PTWC categories. That is Lauren Parker, who was going for her 5th World Championship title, and Thomas Fruwith, the Austrian, along with Florian Brungrummer, were in the lead in the men's wheelchair. Not too long after that, when the men and women wheelchair athletes were out on the bike course, the vision impaired athletes started to take to the water, and it was Junpei Kimura who was first out of the water, but it was Lazar Filipovic who was first onto the bike after the little complex transition that these athletes have. Susana Rodriguez, 6-time world champion with Sarah Perez-Sala, heavily favoured. She had a little mishap between the pair of them, a little too excited to get her feet in the shoes first. Normally it's the guide's job to do that. She lost some time in transition. It wouldn't hurt her, though, in the end. Not that I'm giving it away too early. Out into the racing wheelchair, Lauren Parker, who was on a time trial by that stage, and Susana Rodriguez and Perez-Sala on the tandem bike in the vision impaired category were back in control. It was Fruwith who, a lighter athlete, punched it up the hills on the bike leg, and then in the racing wheelchair was too strong. Parker picked up world title number 5 for her. She now switches her focus to the Winter Olympics, if you can believe that, in biathlon and cross-country skiing. She is a complete athlete in just about every sense, isn't she?
Oh, she truly is. You know, as if this wasn't enough, her 5th world title, that puts her on equal standing now for most titles won by an Australian para-Olympian and para-athlete.
Antoine Perel was leading the vision impaired category as they came out of T2, but it'd be quite the run battle with Filipovic, who wanted to take control and did so at the end of the opening lap of the 5-kilometre run here on Marine Drive in Wollongong. Meanwhile, they were mentally and physically back in control, Rodriguez and Perez-Sala, and then it was a real run battle, but in the background of this, the reigning world, European and Paralympic champion Dave Ellis was looming, and there he is We thought it was a grin. It turned into actually a grimace as he confirmed afterwards. Had to dig deep. 50 seconds back out of transition he was, which is rare air for him, but timed the run incredibly well. And Dave Ellis, one of the real marquee names of para triathlon, only once has he been outside the top 2 in any race since Tokyo 2021, and he had a mechanical in that race. He won that one. Another world championship for him. Perel came second, and then Filipovic third. And that was your podium. England, France, or GB, France and Serbia for the men's vision impaired. And it's hard work keeping up with him, so fair play to his guide as well to do that and come together. And the same for Perez Sala, who dug deep in the sprint finish for Susana Rodriguez, who by her own admission didn't have an ideal lead up coming into this.
Just a few mental issues that she's had to deal with, and I loved her post-race speech where she spoke about having to overcome them and just try and put them in the back of her mind, and that she did. And even with that mishap in T1, didn't let it affect her race.
And Francesca Tarantello, silver in the European Champs to Rodriguez, silver in Torremolinos last year to Rodriguez, silver in Paris at the Paralympics to Rodriguez. The 2023 world champion now picks up silver here in Wollongong. And a great race in the end from Anya Renner, the German, who completed the podium in the women's vision impaired category. And that wraps us up. You can see the relief and how much it means to Susana Rodriguez, the 37-year-old, a 7th world championship title, if you don't mind. And the para triathlon action continues here in Wollongong. My name is Will McCloy. Alongside me, Belinda Granger, 15-time Ironman champion, and Jonathan Gerlach, former Wollongong local, 6-time Oceania champion, Commonwealth Games bronze medalist, former world champion, 8th in Tokyo. Much more impressive resume than Granger. He joins me here.
Absolutely.
Both of you have far more wins than I do, which is 0 at this point, but you never know. But we've got more action coming up with the PTS categories. Run us through it, Jonathan. PTS stands for Para Triathlon Standing, but there are different levels of impairment, obviously, and those are constantly reclassified and champions throughout.
Yeah, that's right. The PTS2 is the more impaired of the standing classes, and then that goes right up to PTS5, who has the least amount of impairment.
And they're all slightly different. The classifications are constantly redone, as athletes sometimes have conditions that can worsen or as we hope, improve over time. And there's been a little delay to the start here, which is why we're getting some more beautiful drone shots of Flagstaff Hill and the Lighthouse, the iconic part of Wollongong. And we will be underway very, very soon in what is still, and we heard it described as a swimming pool-like conditions, and that was a very, very happy Thomas Fruowith, and there he is actually, who described it as a swimming pool. And we didn't mention as well Amelia Perry, who came in very, very handy second place behind Lauren Parker, rather than the more fancied Jessica Ferreira. So that was your top 3 in the women's. And now we are looking forward to some fantastic racing. Just to say you've got a copy on the last performances in here, buddy. Not too long until we get things underway here in Wollongong, and we've got some fantastic racing coming up as well. A little bit later on, the T100 will take to the start line. I think, Belinda, that's about 1:30. And then tomorrow we have the elites, and it all takes place in one of the great meccas of triathlon here in Wollongong.
Wollongong is more than a race. It's a place of discovery. From the serenity of Nantian Temple. To breathtaking coastal views. Your race staycation starts here.
We can see the caps on the start line, and we're seeing again now the replay of what happened earlier this morning. And this was the men's wheelchair categories, and a staggered start in this one, and also in the women's wheelchair categories, depending on the level of impairment. But of course, they go for one overall medal. We saw Skylar Fisher, the only H2 athlete there just a second ago, taken to the water. Lauren Parker getting a hand onto her wheelchair and then her hand cycle. Meanwhile, Thomas Fruowith was just doing the job he needed to do. So an Austrian world title, an Australian world title, a British world title as well, and another one for Spain from Susana Rodriguez. So not too long until we welcome out our athletes.
Champion Stefan Daniel.
And that is Jack Howell, the Australian, the 22-year-old, ranked number 2.
Number 2, Jack Howell, he, from Victoria but moved to the Gold Coast in 2024 to be coached by Brendan Sexton, an Olympian in his own right in triathlon.
Chris Hammer, there out behind Stefan Daniel, who was the 2024 world champion and beat Howell into second. So that Howell versus Daniel battle is going to be an interesting one. This is in the PTS 5 category. Martin Schultz, Tom Williamson from Ireland, David Bryant, another of the Australians heading out now. That is Bryant there, no sleeves on the wetsuit. Bence Machari from Hungary is there in the Hoob wetsuit. And then behind him, Felipe Marquez from Portugal, who picked up bronze in this event last year in Torremolinos.
Wearing number 535.
And that would have been behind Jack Howell, who was silver last year.
Wearing number 536 from Japan, Takumi Endo.
Yeah, so it's good to have all 3 podium getters from last year make the trip down here to Wollongong. The Kenyan athlete in here, Oscar Dennis. That's the first Kenyan that I've seen. There is Howell, though. 7th in Paris. Mixes he's only young, 22, so he mixes his training with studying a Bachelor of Education. And he's got the number 2 on his mind. He got silver last year. He's ranked number 2 right now. But he is the Oceania champion from 2024. So 1, 2, and 3 in last year's Worlds. And they're going to have an in-water start. 750 metres in the swim, so it's an out-and-back swim. We've gone back to our original configuration after the M-shaped swim from yesterday with some serious swell rocketing into the cove, which is unusual for this part of the world. But it's back to swimming pool conditions inside the cove, inside the rock wall. And so they'll just peek out into the open ocean before turning back in. Belinda?
And interesting that the difference in temperature, air temperature. Yesterday we started the day with temps. I think they got up to around 32, 33 degrees Celsius. And right now sitting at 18 degrees C, so a huge change from yesterday's conditions.
And Jonathan, this one, the PTS 5 men, it's a wide open field. It's a deep field too. And look, who do you like in this one? Obviously, we've got the entire podium from last time around.
Yeah, this is probably the most stacked field, I think, out of any of the categories and genders. It really is deep when you look at the calibre of athletes. So you've got Martin Schultz there. He's a 2-time Paralympic champion. Chris Hammer, he's been an athlete that's been up there for a long time, and then last year in Paris won the gold. Stephen Daniel's been there about to the top, won multiple world titles as well, and now we've got young Jack Howell, who's really come onto the big stage, and he's in for a real shot to be on that podium again today.
Yeah, it's good when you see, sometimes in these categories there's someone who scoops every single thing, and we've seen that before. I mean, Rodriguez is a classic, Ellis is another one, but in this one you've got, the 1, 2 and 3 from last year's Worlds are different to the Paralympic champion, who's different to the 2-time Paralympic champion, which means that everyone has half the field has a really deep resume and can win on the day.
Yeah, that's right. It's really, it often comes down to the course itself, the conditions. I mean, for young Jack, he's got the advantage here of being a local in Australia, so he doesn't have to worry about any of the travel issues or jet lag. So, it's going to be interesting to see how they go. And I know Jack is an absolute gun swimmer, so look to see him out early with the lead group.
And they are all doing it on their own at the moment. No one is willing to take defeat just at this exact moment in the early part of this swim. Little arrowhead forming, though, on camera left. As we've seen time and time again, though. It's probably different today because it's such a lake, but camera right seems to be the fastest swim from the beach to the buoy.
It does, and it was interesting listening to the athletes that raced earlier on saying it was more like a mill pond.
That's
not a
perfect.
word that I've heard being used so far this week, but as I said, conditions just chalk and cheese.
What is a mill pond? Okay.
Well, it's like
Anyone?
It's a pond. That's...
Yeah, but is it near a mill? Or what's up?
I'm going to have to look that one up.
Jonathan's looking at me like, mate, are you a real commentator?
I'm just thinking, mill pond, is that a freshwater or saltwater?
Who knows?
It's a good question.
Who knows? And we keep talking about para triathlon being a team effort. Well, that's a great example of it as athletes in the PTS5 women's category head out onto the cup. That's Grace Norman there. The gold medalist in the mixed team relay from Torremolinos, 2-time Paralympic champion, Rio and Paris, 5-time world champion, and 8-time America's champion, Grace Norman. Andrea Migueles-Ranz, the Spaniard, came out alongside her. Lauren Steadman, who was the Tokyo Paralympic champion and beat Norman into second in that one. She had bronze in Paris. She's a bit of an icon in Great Britain, Lauren Steadman. First thing you see when you go on Lauren Steadman's Instagram is not para triathlon. It's, I think it's called Strictly Come Dancing. Here it's called Dancing with the Stars.
Dancing with the Stars, so similar sort of show.
Similar sort of thing. So she's multi-talented. Further down that field, Michelle Dines from the USA, Erica De Rosa Rodriguez, Virginia Ogburn of the USA as well. So it's a USA heavy field. And Grace Brimelow, the 18-year-old.
And of course, Grace, she's from up my neck of the woods, from the Sunshine Coast. So she has a rare genetic disorder called Cri-du-Chat syndrome, and I'd never heard of it, so I had to do a little bit of research. But it basically affects her physical capacity and strength. And she does compete not just in para-triathlon, but also in swimming. But she's an incredible young athlete, and as you mentioned, so young.
So young, and up against athletes like Grace Norman and Lauren Steadman. Probably the eyes are wide open this morning as they get ready. Steadman there in the green cap, 5:07. And Brimelow, 5:11, 5:13 closest to us. Latest Vega from Panama, the Panamanian athlete closest to us. And all these athletes have slightly different impairments, but all are classified in the PTS5. So Norman, as you can see there, into the water on the right-hand side. And those pink boys in the distance, you can see just outside the heads. The PTS5 men are out there right now making their turns, and they'll head back in on a 350-metre run back into the beach. You can see on the left-hand side. So we'll follow along with Grace Norman on the left in the yellow cap. Who do you like? I mean, it's hard to go past Norman for this one, Jonathan, but a field of stars in this one too.
Yeah, look, Grace has really dominated the last couple of years, and can't count Lauren Steadman out. She's a true champion as well, and be really keen to see how she goes and how she's what her build-up's been like to this, because in full fitness and full form, she's also really tough to beat. So we'd be really keen to see the result between those two athletes.
Yeah, sometimes when you see one athlete dominate and then another athlete take the win from them at some point, you think, okay, maybe there was, they weren't focusing on this race, but when Lauren Steadman beat Grace Norman last time, it was at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, so I'm not sure whether Norman, I haven't gone deep enough in the research to know if Norman had some kind of an issue in that race, but at a straight head-to-head at the biggest stage there is, you know that Lauren Steadman put it out there and did the job and can do the job if the conditions are right, and we hope that it is today a close race. Meanwhile, the men from the PTS 5 category are on the way back in, which is, you know, I think we can all of us who enjoy triathlon but aren't the greatest swimmers, as soon as you turn back in and you can see the beach that you're heading towards to, there's a little sigh of relief.
Sigh of relief.
Well, there would be if I could breathe. But it's nice to see home.
Definitely. But right now, we've got our men on the left, our women on the right of screen. You can see our women have spread out single file very, very early on in this swim.
And the men too on the way back in. There's a group of three out the front. The athlete at the back of that group of three is just in danger of losing the feet a little bit. Then someone on their own. And then a bit of a pack forming of 5 athletes who want to stay in touch with that lead. Some strong swimmers out there too, ploughing through the waters of Cove Beach as we welcome out onto the sand one of the absolute champions of parasport. That is Alexis Hanquinquant, the French athlete, 2-time Paralympic champ, 7-time world champ, 8-time European champ, 7 times the French champion. Hasn't lost an individual race since 2019, Belinda.
That's crazy.
That is outrageous. Yeah. The only time he hasn't finished first is in mixed team relays. So he's probably looking around at his teammates going,
blaming someone else.
Hello.
Blaming someone else for that one.
Maybe he needed to do all 4 legs himself.
I know, right?
Exactly.
And the last time he was beaten was in Tokyo in a World Cup by the Russian Mikhail Kolmakov, and that was in 2019.
Oh, so we're going back a fair way.
6 years without a loss, an individual loss. So the others must line up alongside him, and alongside him there, Pierre-Antoine Bailly, another Frenchman. Neil Rudovets Victory, great name for him. Love that. From Spain, Carson Clau. Part of the gold medal winning mixed team relay team from Torremolinos. Jeremy Peacock, the Australian, hopes in there as well. Antoine Lamarche Poulain from France. Jorge Luis Fonseca from Brazil, and Finley Jakes, the British athlete. And it's quite a deep field, this one. Liam Twomey is there as well. 4 silvers in the Oceania champs, Liam Twomey. Did his first para try back in 2018. 6 months after his very first para try race, he was representing Australia, so quite the ascent for him. Another Australian there, Matthew Nguessa, alongside Antonio Franco, Malingi Gwala from South Africa, Kaya Kaneko from Japan, Hideki Uda from Japan, and Tahir Erdemir, the Turkish athlete. So a big, big field. Massive the biggest field, actually, in the PTS categories, and all of them will be chasing Hanquinquant, the Frenchman, who is now heading down to the in-beach start as the men from the PTS 5 category are about to hit the beach. The men from PTS 4 are on the way out, and we'll get some splits soon from the PTS 5 men. The Australian hopes resting with David Bryant and Jack Howell. And out of the water comes Howell. First up, the 22-year-old. And the Aussies will love to see that. But he's being chased up the beach by the 2 men he led in the water. And that is number 5, 32, Felipe Marquez, the bronze medalist from the 2024 Worlds. And in between then, I want to say Tom Williamson, the Irish athlete, is your top 3. But Howell all on his own coming into transition. A young athlete, 20 years younger than you, actually, Jonathan, but do you know him well, Jack? Have you got to know him at all?
Yeah, a little bit. Jack started out a few years ago. I was there in Canberra at the AIS. He had his first ever camp introduction. He was still a young kid then, and to see him progress over the years to where he is now, it is absolutely a surprise. He's just an absolute gun athlete, and did most of his training and his racing with able-bodied juniors.
Yeah, I've seen that in his
so
past, and he was podiuming quite a bit.
He was, yeah, and still in the squad that he's in now. He's, he's still training with the able-bodied athletes. So, that has an impact on your performance, and I'm not surprised to see him come out of the water where he is.
Well, as the best ever Ironman athlete, Belinda, you wouldn't have this, but usually training with people who are a little bit better than you always brings your level up.
Yeah, definitely. I know back in the day, my strength was my bike, and I used to love training with a lot of the men because they just pushed me so much more, and just you get that extra little level that you go up if you are training with someone that's just slightly better. You don't want them to be too much better because then it becomes a situation...
Better but beatable.
Better, but you get to a situation where you just, it's like thumping your head against a brick wall. But if you can find that training partner that's just slightly better, it pushes you to be just that 1% better every day, that's exactly what you're looking for.
Look at that swim stroke out the
Beautiful.
front there. You tell me, Jonathan, is that Alexis Hanquinquant?
You're asking the wrong person, being low vision. I'm assuming so, given that he wins all his races.
Yeah, there's a big screen, but I get it.
No,
I get it.
He is a strong swimmer and often comes out of the water at the front there, so I wouldn't be surprised. And he's absolutely huge. He's a tall man, so you're looking for the one with the longest arm stroke. I think he's...
hard to miss.
That is, yeah, that's a lovely stroke. So just a recap then on the splits as they came into transition. Howell was 4 seconds ahead of Marquez. Ergukan Özer of Turkey, Martin Schultz, Ben Moksari were your top 6. Coming out of transition, Howell turned a 4-second advantage into a 20-second advantage was how quick his transition was. Williamson of Ireland came out 3rd, then Özer, then Moksari from Hungary, then it was Martin Schultz, the German, Ruta Gonçalves, the Brazilian, Stefan Daniel from Canada, Oscar Dennis from Kenya, David Bryant, the second Aussie in 10th position. He's a minute 32 back out of transition. Chris Hammer, 149, and Michael Salisbury, 202. And there is getting into his work. Into the bars as well. Jack Howell, it's a 20-kilometre bike, but there's still sections out there where it's going to be highly advantageous to be able to be down an aero, particularly in this downhill section, and then the left-hand turn on the nice out and back on Cliff Road, which is longer than we see the elite athletes do because these athletes don't head up and around the lighthouse. So to get those laps in, they go further out there as the PTS 4 women line up now. Sorry, that's the PTS 2 women who are lining up out there. That was Yukiko Hata in Japan, number 204. She's a great swimmer, so look out for her in the swim.
Wearing number 405 from Australia, Sally Pilbeam.
Sally's 11th World Championships today. She's 11th, yeah, 2013 in over in England was her first, and she's continued on and finally made it to a Paralympics last year, which was amazing to see. Her category hadn't had a medal event at Rio or in Tokyo, so she's just stuck it out for all this time and managed to achieve that big dream she had. So, and she's still going. She hasn't stopped.
What a career.
Wow, absolutely. So the PTS 2 women there, they're in the red caps. It's going to be a mixed start, I suppose, for multiple categories, just depending on the timing that is worked out between the categories. And there's a lot of solo swimmers out there on the way back in. 203 there closest to us. That's a New Francis, the Australian. And this PTS 2 category is an interesting one because it seems like a head-to-head between Alyssa Seeley and Hayley Dans, the 2 Americans. Alyssa Seeley being the world champion and Hayley Dans being the Paralympic champion. But Hayley Dans hasn't raced internationally since Paris. So her form, a little bit of a question mark over that. She had silver in Rio and in Tokyo. And a New Francis, though, she is probably the wild card in this one. She has a perfect record in 2025, hasn't lost a race, the Oceania champion. So if she can have a good start, she can probably get in the mix of these 2 Americans.
Yeah, I think so. I know last year at Paris she was disappointed with her result. It was she was on track for a podium, but I know that's out of fuel to the fire to be able to do well this year, hence all the results she's had. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how she goes against the two American girls today.
Yeah, she'll need to start fast. She actually beat Sealy by 3 minutes in Montreal, and she's coming off a DNS at the Worlds. That's Grace Brimelow, the 18-year-old, out of the water for the PTS 5 women, and that is a good swim from her.
It's a great swim from her. What a lead she's got. You can see that she's really managed to put a big gap between herself and her competition.
Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
And we get multiple categories underway now. I think the PTS 4 women and the PTS 2 women are together. We're hearing that audio a little earlier than they are. And 2, 3, and 4 are all together. So some real contenders in that one. Lots of Aussies too at home. We heard Sally Pilbeam being called out there, the bronze medalist from 2024 Worlds. Hannah McDougall as well. She's another one that in the PTS 4 has switched across from running. She picked up a bronze in Athens back in 2004. And there she's now 38 years of age. Also picked up a couple of silver medals in the time trial and the road race in the Road Worlds in 2018. So she loves a single discipline and she loves to compete them all together as well. In the PTS 4, the run through our start list is Camille Seneclaus from France, Sally Pilbeam we mentioned, and Hannah McDougall, Ingrid de Oud from the Netherlands, Kubra Dere from Turkey, Danielle Cummings from the USA, and Hannah Moore, great swimmer from Great Britain. In the PTS 3 women, the wild favourite is Elise Mark, the French woman, and she only has 3 competitors against Anna Plotnikova. Racing under the international banner, Kenia Villalobos Vargas from Mexico and Natalia Nevo from Israel. And in the PTS 2 women, we mentioned Sealy, Francis and Dans. There's also Yukako Hata, who I mentioned as well. Nele Ludwig from Germany, Asumi Yasuda from Japan, Emma Rodriguez from Venezuela, and San Koopman from the Netherlands. And the same will go for the men, PTS 2, 3, and 4 out together. Oh, just 2 and 3 out together. Sorry, I've just been corrected. As the swims continue and the splits start to come back in, and in the women's PTS 5, Grace Brimelow we saw lead. She actually came out of the water 28 seconds clear. Sorry, out of the water she came 40 seconds clear of Grace Norman, and then Lauren Steadman 101, and then Andrea Migueles-Ranz, Erica De Rosa Rodriguez, Irina Grasnikova, and Michelle Dines. But then coming out of transition, Brimelow's gap to Norman was 28 seconds, so a much faster transition from Norman, the American, who has so much experience, and they're obviously all running their own races a little bit in transition, depending on the exact makeup of their situation, I guess. And Andrea Migueles-Ranz 1 minute back. Lauren Steadman dropped a position, 104 back in her transition, and then De Rosa Rodriguez in 5th.
And talking about Grace Norman, when I was doing some research on her, obviously we know she was the gold medalist from the 2016 Olympics, but that was in PTS 4. Roll forward, Olympic silver medalist in Tokyo in PTS 5, gold in Paris last year. So we were talking before, Jonathan, that these athletes are constantly being reassessed. And you can see right there, started in PTS 4, is now in PTS 5.
Yeah, look, I think back in Rio, it was actually a little bit different. We only had 5 disability categories, and since then it actually split into an extra category, into 6. So that's why if you look back at those results, it might seem like they're all in different categories or a bunch of them. So that's the reason that it looks like she's switched to a different category.
And in the reassessment process, I think there's specific World Triathlon reassessors who go and see 3 races of an athlete. It's like it's quite a solid process. Because, I mean, I'd hate to say that if an athlete was like, well, the reassessors here, I'm going to do a little bit worse than normal so I can get into a better category for myself. Does that happen?
I'm not sure. I mean, that you do have, with classification, you can have an assessment added on where they can come watch you race and see what your your level of impairment is like when you're out actually swim, bike, run, because the classification assessment itself is different to the real world situation of being out on a race course. So they can add that in to assess an athlete.
It's obviously very important. Fairness in the level of para-triathlon is paramount, and we want to see the best athletes win the biggest races in their category, and that's exactly what we have, which is good to see, as Howell is having a lovely solo bike ride over the 20 kilometres and taking on a course, or much of this course will be part of the elite racing tomorrow, and we're all looking forward very much to that as well, with some World Triathlon Championship Series wins and World Championships on the line.
And love that shot then of Jack Howell and his aero bar setup. So obviously he has to have 3D, I'm sure they are 3D printed, but specifically for him and his disability, we can see that he has that arm disability, and you can see when he holds onto his base bar, and then obviously down in the aero bars, but made specifically for him.
Yeah, exactly. And they often have their bikes altered to be able to potentially change gears on one side. But, you know, if they've got a disability with their hand or an arm amputation, they can move things around on their bike to allow them to be able to function the bike as per normal.
We mentioned his coach, Brendan Sexton. He moved up to the Gold Coast to be with him. I do believe Brendan was he your coach at all?
Brendan, yeah. When I moved back to Wollongong in 2018, he coached me for quite a few years there. And Jack has actually very recently changed coaches to non-Stanford Royal. Of
course,
there's the academy up there.
Partner of Aaron Royal,
That's
so
right.
Wonderful.
And Brendan's now since moved back down to Melbourne, and he's with the Victorian Institute of Sport para program down there. Yeah. But yeah, Jack's bike leg, being so young, he's still developing his bike strength. So this is, out of the 3 legs, his weakness compared to his competitors. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he holds himself together in this sort of time trial bike leg, basically. And he has got a great run, and he can run as fast as his competitors there. So hopefully he can hold it together and keep that lead right through to the run.
Now this is interesting here. Look at this. He's actually got one of his arms inside his race suit. What would be the reason for that?
It can be neurological disabilities. So I don't know the technical terms with the disabilities, but basically if it's neurological, that could be that they can't actually move their own arm around.
So keep it
inside the wetsuit. They might strap it down when they're running as well. Each athlete chooses something different, but that's generally what that disability relates to.
Jack Howell on the right, Fonseca of Brazil on the left. Howell has been so strong in the PTS5 category. He's got a condition of his left hand known as, I'm going to try and pronounce this correctly.
I'm glad you're doing that, not me.
Symbrachydactyly.
I saw that before and I thought...
And you thought no?
I'm going to leave it for you because it was just too difficult.
Which is a congenital amputation of the left hand, and which affects the left hand's length and motion, but it hasn't stopped him one bit, as we said, training with able-bodied athletes often, and looks exactly like a triathlete of any condition or ability should look like on that TT bike as he continues to put time into the chasing pack. It was 28 seconds to Filipe Marques of Portugal after the first lap, and in the intermediate second lap, he is 38 seconds clear with Martin Schultz closing. So be good to get a look at the gap between Filipe Marques and Martin Schultz, the Portuguese and the German athlete on the bike out there. And here is the South African Koala, and I've just been told all of these athletes have incredible stories, and the South African there lost his leg in a robbery, which is terrible news, but unique in this sport, I think.
I actually remember this story. He was out on a training ride on his bike and got pulled over by some pretty revolting people, and they literally wanted to steal his bike. He tried to fight them, and they ended up with a chainsaw taking his leg off. Have you heard about this story?
Well, yeah, I've heard about it right now.
Oh, so this is crazy. I didn't realise he was racing here today. So this story happened a few years back, and you wouldn't believe it, but yeah, he was out on a training ride in South Africa. A gang came up, tried to steal his bike. Of course, you know, these bikes cost a lot of money, so you're not going to just hand it over.
Oh, man.
And they literally chainsawed his leg off and stole his bike. But great, crazy, but so fantastic to have him here racing.
Well, I think it's a good time to plug Destination New South Wales as a place where that's not going to happen to you. So go to visit newsouthwales.com, because you can come down here to Wollongong and you will be fine. There will be no chainsaw-related thefts. And just such a natural way, then, to plug Visit New South Wales. Eh? Professional. Anyway, we continue on, and Howell continues to put time into mucks as he takes inspiration from Rochelle Hill, who picked up the Under-23 World Championship a couple of days ago for Australia. Martin Schultz, 39 seconds back. Tom Williamson and Bence Mochari and Felipe Marx are all in a group together chasing. So we'll head back and try to see where those four athletes are, but they are all together chasing a podium position at the moment, or maybe the win. There's lots to go in this one. Meanwhile, Özcan Özer of Turkey has dropped back off that pack. Stefan Daniel a further 10 seconds back. Chris Hammer, 124 back. David Bryant, Ruta Gonçalves, Oscar Dennis, and Michael Salisbury in 12th position. The British athlete at 3:11 in arrears in the PTS5 men. Meanwhile, Grace Brimelow continues to be 18 seconds on our last split ahead of Grace Norman, the decorated American, in second, from Lauren Steadman, who has got her place back in third ahead of Andrea Migueles-Rance, who overtook her in transition. Steadman has now put 18 seconds into Migueles-Rance, with Erica De Rosa Rodriguez in 5th position. In the PTS4 men, Alexis Hanquinquant, the incredible and probably most, I mean, there's a lot of athletes who have built up quite the resume in para triathlon, but he's probably number one, is well ahead of Pieter-Antoine Bailey, the other Frenchman. So it's a French 1-2, just as it was a 1-2 for Austria in the wheelchair men's. But there's a minute between those two. And then Neil Rudevet's victory of Spain, 122 back, are your top three, and no one else has come through the timing sheets outside of those three, sorry. And we haven't got a PTS4 split from the women's just yet. So, Howell, 38 seconds ahead of a pack, and that is more from Great Britain. Hannah Moore, who is a great swimmer, took bronze in Paris, and has had a good swim here and will lead out the PTS4 women with a swim of 12 minutes and 14 seconds over the 750 metres, which is pretty good, in my opinion. Yeah, Milengi Gwala is the South African. He's in 12th position.
That's the one I was telling you the story about. Yeah.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
And I mean, a lot of these athletes have had something traumatic happen to them. Some of them have been born in with the conditions that they have. But many of them haven't. And I think at those points, you know, fortunately for me, I don't speak from experience. But when you have something that occurs to you that can be that traumatic, I imagine there's a bit of a sliding doors moment of making the decision of which way to go. And these athletes have made incredible decisions that have led them to a world championship. And you'd know some of these stories, Jonathan, and would have been around them and heard them and been one, you know, yourself. But there's incredible stories, not all of them as dramatic as a chainsaw attack, but many of them involving extremely traumatic injuries.
Yeah, you see a lot of athletes come into all para sports that have had an acquired injury or accident, and they've sort of found their way back into sport, or if they weren't doing sport before, they've found sport as something to give them a bit more purpose. So You do see in our sport a lot of athletes coming into para triathlon who already had a triathlon background.
Yeah,
and a lot of the top athletes. So they've transitioned really well. Lauren Parker being one of those. She was already a pro triathlete in her own right, and then had her accident, and then came into para triathlon and quickly found her way up to the top.
Yeah, one of the it's a real community too, para triathlon. One thing, and with any kind of para racing, one thing I've been lucky enough to be involved with in recent years is the Oz Day 10K, which is a unique race to Australia on Australia Day around the rocks in Sydney for wheelchair athletes. And well, the best part about that is you can get athletes like a Kurt Fernley or other athletes that have been to multiple Paralympics, but you can also have athletes who are 15 years old who are racing in their first ever race. And the amount of support that comes and the community that comes between these athletes, and all of them will say, this person who I'm racing against was my inspiration when I had my accident, that I could do it. Or I was visited in hospital by Kurt Fernley because I wanted to do this. And there's a real legacy piece to that, which is just super duper inspiring.
It is, yeah. Even last night at the Australian team suit presentation, Katie Kelly, the Paralympic champion in the PTVI in Rio, was handing out the suits, the athlete, and Maggie Sandles, who's raced in the PTVI race today, she said that Katie Kelly was the reason she got into the sport. So, you know, you see that a lot, and I think athletes quite often, they're so focused on their own race, which they should be, but they sometimes don't see the impact that they do have on others. All the young kids coming through who want to get into the sport.
Yeah, we see that in our juniors. Obviously, we had our junior men and women yesterday, our under-23s the day before, and you can still see these juniors are still very Google-eyed when the likes of Maddie Hauser and some of our great athletes, the best in the business, walk by, and you realise the effect that they're having. And then when you ask them, what's the reason? And they always mention the elite athletes, someone in particular that's had just that little bit of influence, and I'm sure it is exactly the same in the para as well.
So, more athletes out of the water. And a first man in the PTS4 is Alexis Hanquinquant, the Frenchman. And we'll see what the gaps are as they continue to come in. Gap at the moment for Jack Howell is losing time to Tom Williamson of Ireland, who leads the chasing pack. 2 seconds ahead of Martin Schultz of Germany. Felipe Marquez another 6 seconds back, and 5 further seconds to Ben Smochari from Hungary. Then Chris Hammer, who is 8 seconds back at 50 and is working together with Ogurkin Ozair at 51 seconds and Stefan Daniel at 53 seconds. Then David Bryant, then Gonçalves Silva, then Oscar Dennis of Kenya is your top 11. So Howell is starting to leak a bit of time in the PTS5 men. In the PTS5 women, there is only 6 seconds now between Grace Norman and Grace Brimelow, who has dropped to second. So Norman has taken control of this race. Then Lauren Steadman is 107 back. So 2 of the more fancied athletes there, Norman and Steadman, with Grace Brimelow, the 18-year-old from Australia, sandwiched in between. How about that? Alexis Hanquinquant is 2 minutes and 20 seconds. No, sorry, 1 minute and 8 seconds ahead of the Frenchman Pierre-Antoine Bailly. So he's increased that by 8 seconds now. And Rudevet's victory is 1 minute and 40 back. Love that name. Nil victory.
It's not bad, is it, for an athlete? As long as you're good.
Nil victory is
No
also
pressure.
my resume.
Nil victories.
Okay.
We'll get you on that podium one day, Will.
Yeah, right.
Might have to invent a new sport for you, but we'll get you
That's
on there.
okay. I will take it. You know what? I'm just going to keep doing triathlon until I'm in the 80 to 85 age group. It's just like
Then you'll come
it's a
back and-
sprint. It's not a sprint. It's a long term. Eventually, everyone else will die off, and I will
You'll be
come
still there.
shallowest possible pond. Morales out, Urand out off the blue carpet and into The work on the bike. That is Ingrid de Oude as well, the Dutch athlete in the PTS4. She had a good swim. And Howell now in that battle. That's not Williamson behind, but I think he might be the next athlete who's just rounded the corner. It was 29 seconds, the gap. So somewhere in the back of there's the green of Islands. As more athletes, that is Breuer of the Netherlands. Flip, I nearly said Philippe. Flip Breuer. The Dutchman out there as well, and Victor Chebotarev. Meanwhile, that is Chris Hammer. So, Hammer time up the hill.
Is he what?
Yeah, he is shifting too.
Very, very well. You can see gets a little bit congested here on this part of the course now, and you can see that the athletes having to weave in and out of their fellow competitors. So quite a few of our athletes out on course. Just that extra thing that they have to take care of when they're out there.
Well, we'll get an updated split, but some of these guys, I mean, most of them are not their competitors, so they need to look ahead and try and find who the next person is that they need to track down. And for Chris Hammer, it's Bence Mochari, the Hungarian. And Jack Howell remains in front, the Australian.
He's riding really well right now. I know you said that riding's not his strength, but he looks really good.
No, I'm really impressed so far. He's putting in some amazing efforts on the bike, and there's not too far to go on this bike leg for him. So if he can get there with a lead or just behind, he's a really good shot here.
And running, definitely one of his stronger
Jack's
legs.
Always been an extremely good runner, and he's improved so much over the past few years. And he's right up there with Martin Schultz and Chris Hammer and Stefan Daniel, who have been the benchmark in their categories. He's right up there with them now.
More splits in the PTS4 men. Hanquinquant out the front, and it was 108 back to Bailey. We'll get a new split very soon as they come in on the end of the third lap. And then it's back to Neil Rudevet's victory. He was 140 back, and we had more athletes come through then. Antoine Lamarche-Poulin from France, who's actually made up 3 positions on the bike thus far. He's at 216 back. Antonio Franco was from Croatia, is one of the men he passed at 234. Then Matthew Engessa, the Australian, and Jeremy Peacock. They are pretty much stuck together in 6th and 7th. 243, 248 in arrears. Carson Clow is 8th overall, 309. We were talking to Chelsea Burns this morning. She said, was Carson the one who has a coffee roastery?
Coffee roastery, that's correct. Good memory.
He's a coffee guy.
So I like him already. Anyone that's involved in coffee is a good friend of mine.
And as we said, all these guys are unique, and guys and girls, everybody. Men and women have unique stories and how they've arrived at Wollongong for the World Triathlon Grand Finals. And what a place it is to be too, Wollongong. And there's a little bit of everything to see if you do make the trek all the way down here to the south coast of New South Wales.
Kangaroos, koalas, walkers, and world champions. Wollongong's wild side is waiting. Make your World Championship trip a race staycation to remember.
Every time I see that promo, I think, what a wonderful place, ruined by what horrendous moustaches from the younger of the Australian athletes. Have you ever been tempted into the old moustache, Jonathan?
Unfortunately, I did.
You were?
Yeah, I did. You know, when I eventually could start growing facial hair at age 35, I thought I'll give it a go, and it didn't take long. Before my wife said, I've had enough, so
it's probably not.
I got rid of it.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It's a big commitment. I had too many other responsibilities to, to look after that moustache.
Well, you're about to welcome child number 4, and you can't. I mean, then the moustache will be child number 5, and it would continue. It's like getting a very finicky plant. You're like, well, that's way too much work to try and keep the upkeep on the old fiddle leaf. I put more time and effort into that than I do my second daughter, I think, just to care and effort. Anyway, I think we've slightly diverged from the task at hand, which is Jack Howell, who now, on the last split, has held strong. So it dropped from 38 to 28 seconds. And I think it was 30, although he's now being overtaken on the bike. Could be a different athlete on a different leg. Certainly not Tom Williamson or Martin Schultz. I think we've picked up Grace Norman on the right-hand side of your screen, and she is heavily fancied. She was down out of the swim, but has soon overtaken Grace Brimelow, the 18-year-old. So Norman, twice the Paralympic champion, reigning Paralympic champion, reigning world champion, reigning America's champion. Very used to winning, wants to add another one, and it'll be her 6th Worlds. So she saw Lauren Parker go to 5 world titles. She saw Susana Rodriguez go to 7 world titles, and now she thought, well, why don't we add a 6th? So she's on that, the end of the long straight stretch. There's an uphill and then a left-hand turn across to, as you can see, heading towards the water, make a right turn, and then it's a little rise and down on the long, long descent into transition, where we'll get a new set of splits to see exactly how she has put time into Brimelow and the chasing pack. Meanwhile, Chris Hammer
has caught.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, he's caught.
Chris Hammer was in 8th position on the bike, then 6th, 50 seconds back on the 3rd lap, and so he has made 50 seconds up in 1 lap to come into transition first.
It's incredible if that's what's happened. It certainly looks like that's what's happened.
That is
what you can see. It's exactly what's happened.
He made up 2 laps, 2 positions on the previous lap. He was 50 seconds down behind Machari, behind Marquez, behind Schultz, behind Williamson, and behind Howell, and then has made up 50 seconds on the last lap of the bike.
Well, he put the hammer down, my friend. He put the hammer down.
The hammer was placed, and we missed it.
He now leads this race, but what a running race we have on our hands.
Williamson and Schultz, they were all out together.
They're coming in thick and fast.
Oh, and Jack Howell says, no, thank you very much. No, thank you. I see what you've done there on the bike. Come from nowhere, but this is my world title.
Exactly.
What a... Oh, now we can see if the hammer can be picked up and put down again, Belinda. That's got to... I mean, we're surprised that it's 50 seconds there, Jonathan. Should we be surprised about something that kind of gap can be erased over 5 kilometres on the bike?
Look, Chris is a really strong biker, so I'm not really surprised that he's made that ground up, and he is a really strong runner. He proved that when he won the gold last year in Paris. So it's going to be a tight battle, and the other boys are just behind too, so this should be a really, really good finish.
The Oceania champion in 2024 versus the Paralympic champion in 2024. And then behind them, Martin Schultz is in there. He's twice a Paralympic champion. And Felipe Marquez is the bronze medalist from the 2024 World. So if Jack Howell can do this at home, he's going to beat the marquee names of the PTS 5 men's category.
And what a place to do it in home here in Australia, to be able to take that top step. There would be no sweeter feeling.
Yeah, made up 5 places on the last lap. Confirmation then that he ended up coming into transition 7 seconds back, but out of transition.
We have a battle on our hands here. Look at this.
Yes, we do. Hammer taking the lead again. And Tom Williamson has dropped right back, and I think has been overtaken by Martin Schultz there in the back of shot. The German and the Irishman. Meanwhile, Grace Norman is out there charging up the Kembla Grange hill.
Doesn't she look good too? She's so strong. Passing so many athletes.
Yeah, it's a tough hill, that one. It's a long grind, and it really shows when where the athletes, stronger athletes, really start to put time in.
And of course, on the left here, this is that section that every race we've had, you know, that downhill running we've spoken about. It's such a forte to be able to run well downhill. Both of these two, no one managing to get away. We've seen breakaways here in our junior race and under 23s, but these two not giving each other an inch.
Now, on our timing sheets, to update you on the PTS5 women's, it looks like Lauren Steadman, we might have an issue with the time, I'm not sure, but it looks like she's moved into the lead ahead of Ingrid de Oude, the Dutch athlete. So there's been some serious movement on the bike in the PTS4 women as well, in the back end of the bike, and we're talking about the athletes that were up there prior. Hannah Moore came out of transition first. Sorry, Lauren Steadman's in the PTS5 women, and she looks to be in the lead. The other athletes are PTS4, and it's Kubrat Dere who is leading from Ingrid de Oude. Steadman, on the other hand, has passed, well, on her timing sheets, it said that she's in transition already ahead of Grace Norman, so I'm not sure whether that's correct or not, to be honest. She's the only athlete who is in PTS5. That would put Norman a long way back if Steadman is indeed already in transition.
That's almost a lap down.
I think we've had an incident out on course as well. As Howell and Hammer, we know they are out the front, and that's a big accident.
Oh, that's a massive...
For Salisbury from Great Britain, just couldn't get the flying dismount correct.
And it is a real... Look, you can see in the background there, Will, it is a really tough dismount here. They come screaming down that hill.
Okay, though.
And it's just difficult to stop in time. You know, they need to dismount before that blue line. And sometimes just coming in a little too hot, too fast. But
Michael Salisbury, yeah. Downhill, trying to get the foot over for the flying dismount. Tough at the best of times.
Nasty little crash there, but hopefully he can just get himself reset and looking pretty good right now. Actually, out of transition.
I mean, where's his scrapes and crashes?
You worry about those once you've crossed the finish line.
Where are they? Haven't seen them. All right, out onto the first full lap is Howell and Hammer. They're coming back towards the lighthouse area, so it's just laps up and down Marine Drive for these guys. So they'll do one more after this, and who looks the better to you, Jonathan, of these two athletes? There's probably a little bit more emotion showing on Chris Hammer's face. A lot of determination on Jack Howell, who's been out the front since the beginning.
Yeah, look, I mean, how much effort did Chris put in on the bike leg to get to the front there? That's the unknown. Has he taken it out of his legs for the run? And how much can Jack use this crowd, the home crowd advantage, to finish off the race? So, can't tell who's going to win this one.
Incredible racing from these two, though. Jack definitely looking very composed, just sitting in behind, letting Hammer dictate the pace. He just needs to try and hold on. But look at that. That looks like the little bit of a gap's just starting to form, just ever so small there.
It's exactly the same
here we
spot.
Go. Yeah.
Exactly the same spot that Leah Huart put into Fanning Zalai yesterday afternoon.
Absolutely.
Because they make the turn here, and then now the rubber band is stretching out between Hammer and Howell. Schultz 19 seconds back on our timing sheets. Williamson 35 seconds. Stefan Daniel 36. So that battle for fourth and fifth is right on between the Irishman and the Canadian. Philip Marquez, who was right up there at the beginning, he's dropped to 53 seconds back now. Agurkan Ozer from Turkey, 118. Bence Machari has also dropped down the timing sheets. He's in 8th and 137. And David Bryant, the next one to come through on the splits at 2:10 on this first run lap. And we will get an update on where Lauren Steadman is in relation to Grace Norman, because suddenly she popped up as already being through transition, which I'm not sure that is correct. In the PTS4 men, I've also got Jeremy Peacock leading at the moment from Carson Clow, which again, I'm not going to... I mean, Alexis Hanquinquant has not popped up on that transition timing, so we'll wait till they come through the run lap timing loop, and then we'll probably get a better look. But look at that rubber band stretching on Hammer, who is... I mean, he's extended Hammer time, so he's got an extension of time.
And you know, Will, when you were asking Jonathan before who looked the better of the two, I was going to say Howell. He just looked like he was breathing through his nose. There was no... Whereas you look at Hammer, and he really was, like you said, had a lot more emotion on his face, was really sucking in the O2. But it just goes to show, you know, you cannot always go by the look of an athlete.
Yeah, I don't think...
Because look at that gap now that he has created between himself and Howell. This is a winning move. No doubt about it.
Well, he's got so much experience too, Chris Hammer. I mean, born 1986, whereas Jack Howell's 22 years of age. So, well, Chris Hammer would make him, what, 39 years of age. 43 podiums. Made his elite debut back in 2013. And so he'll know exactly what he needs to do here. And, you know, I mean, maybe it's the old man in me, but I always like to see athletes who are seasoned come out on top, because you know that the other athletes that are contending for wins early in their career have long careers ahead of them.
They've got time. They've got time to get those World Championships.
Maybe I'm just feeling specifically mortal. It happens when you turn 40. You'd understand. You
Here
both
we go.
understand.
And here's Norman into transition. This is when we get to find out. We do believe that she is leading this race. Yes.
I think there was just a small issue on timing that should be fixed now. And Grace Norman, one of those with a huge, gigantic business card in the sport. Don't know what accolade to put first. She's won so much. And she's in a commanding position now to continue. And look at that bike. I'm jealous of the Cervelo.
It is a beautiful bike.
Yeah.
And can you just run us through what will happen now? So obviously needed to put that sock on it, and that's just so that there's not that it's held in place properly.
Yeah, held in place, less friction.
Less friction, yes.
Yeah, a lot of the leg amputee runners athletes often will have a cycling leg and a run leg. So, and some will also have one that they're using both legs, like, you know, on the bike and on the run, and they switch between the two. So you save a lot of money if you just have the one, but yeah, a lot of them traditionally would have a cycling leg and a running leg that they switch between.
Are they different? Are they much different? I mean, if you only have one and you can only afford one for the cycle and the run, does that put you at a disadvantage?
No, it's more like the run leg you've got a lot of impact when you're running on it, right? So on the bike is not that issue. So the makeup of the leg can be quite different.
Yeah. And I noticed that Norman has, you know, when we see athletes and on the track, Paralympic athletes or whatever, they've got the Blade Runner, for example. Like, there's no shoe on the bottom, but there is here. Is that just a traction situation for Norman? Has to run around corners, etc.
It could be. I'm not sure what they use at the bottom of the blades, but yeah, I would think so because.
See, well, there's not one there on Bailey, but there was a shoe on the bottom. I mean, it's just personal preference. And there's Grace Brimelow, who's having a fantastic race and could find herself at 18 years of age on a World Championship podium.
Now, wouldn't that be something? Loving the look of her very, very colourful bike. As she now switches bike shoes for running shoes.
And there is Salisbury of Great Britain, who had that accident coming down on the dismount into T2. He's good to see him still running pretty freely out there, but Chris Hammer just breezes past him and knows that he now has a sizable lead over Jack Howell. And Howell picked up a silver last year. It might be relegated to another silver this year. And it won't be to Stefan Daniel this time. It'll be to Chris Hammer, the Paris gold medalist, if that is indeed the case. And we might have another accident now. Oh, we've lost a shoe.
Lost a shoe.
That's always better.
Of course, he needs to go back for that because all their equipment must be... Oh, no.
Okay. Maybe he doesn't need to go back for it. There is Stedman. We saw the Union Jack on the helmet. So she must have tripped the transition timing loop when she came through on the previous lap. But now she has dropped off those timing loops, and we are back at a usual situation with Norman out in front. Then Brimelow, who'll need to try to hold off Steadman on a 5K to see if she can pick up a silver. Whereas Chris Hammer has now got daylight between him. There's Howell on the out, and he'll know that he's probably too far back. And Chris Hammer actually looks better now than he did in that initial burst to get away. So measuring his efforts through the back end of this one to make sure that he can add a World Championship title to the Paris title that he won in the second half of last year.
And look at that, he's still pushing really, really hard here. He's going to make it absolutely impossible for anyone to get even close to him in these final stages in the run. He's not taking any risks here, just giving it everything all the way to that blue carpet.
It's about this time in the race when I start to think about what I'm going to say when someone crosses the line. And I'm like, okay, so it's hammer time, okay, but he's in the gong. Is he hammering the gong? Is that too much of a stretch? I'm trying to think about it. I let Belinda rabbit on for a minute or two while I write a couple of things down. Haven't quite got it sussed out yet. So I need to hurry up though, don't I? Because he's coming in at a rate of knots.
He certainly is. He will be here before we know it. Fantastic run from the American.
Wow, both the Americans, both our race leaders.
Yes, yep.
In the PTS 5 men and the PTS 5 women, which were our athletes that headed out first today and will be our athletes first across the line as well. And it'll be both our Paralympic champions from last year, both American and both looking at a World Championship title here in Wollongong. Grace Norman and Chris Hammer. This has been inspiring and fantastic to watch, and I guess I almost feel like these athletes have just gotten, para-triathletes have just gotten so good, and para-athletes in general, that when you say words like inspiring, and it's almost doing them a disservice because they're just epic athletes,
Just
all of
epic
them.
athletes,
You know,
regardless.
like,
I mean, look at the run form here of Grace Norman on the right.
It's perfect. I mean, I'm no running coach, but she looks so
She
good.
looks really good right now.
I mean, you would be forgiven for saying at this point that she just has one long black sock on.
Exactly.
She just looks so smooth.
Yep.
So
such a quality
incredible,
athlete.
yeah, an incredible athlete, and looks great, and looks like the athlete, the kind of athlete that could win 6 World Championships.
Yes, exactly.
You know,
that's right.
And that's exactly what
and
she
has
is.
done so.
So making that's the point where a lot of moves are made on this course. Doesn't need to now though, but she's going to take a right-hand turn and head back around near to the lighthouse before she gets back down Marine Drive once again. And she's just controlled this race. Meanwhile, out the front, Chris Hammer has put the hammer down on the blue carpet. He got rid of Jack Howell, and the Paralympic champion is the world champion here in Wollongong. And on the back end of the bike, he found something extra, and he's run away with it in a superbly timed and considered race. Jumped into contention from about 6th or 7th, and just got better throughout. Like a fine wine, better with time. Chris Hammer and Jack Howell, silver last year, silver this year, but this time he does it at home in front of a big crowd, and he's pumped for it too.
Yes, as he should be.
And bows, and why not? A virtuoso performance.
What a ride. There you go, hear that from Hal. What a ride. That last lap was truly incredible.
And Schultz, the German, has come through as well, and gapped Williamson of Ireland. So Martin Schultz, twice a Paralympic champion. So I think the Paralympic winners from the last 3 Paralympics are there on the podium along with Jack Howell. Am I right? I get the nod from Jonathan, which actually made me feel like when you get the nod from your dad when you've done something right.
Yes.
Yes. Gonna notch that one up in the memory banks for later. But Chris Hammer, he does it, and like Jack Howell said, what a ride, and what a ride it was too. And what a run in the back end of this one as well from the Canadian Stefan Daniel, a 2024 world champion. He'll be a little disappointed with that, can't defend his title, but he's run his way up into 4th. And now we are looking at the PTS 5 women's leader, Grace Norman. She might hear out on course that a compatriot, Chris Hammer, has won the men. She would have probably noticed he was in front on the out and back course, and she'll want to make it 2 from 2 for the USA. And that's a nice downhill section, and then she gets to enjoy the adulation of the crowd. And there we finally pick up Alexis Hanquinquant, who is the leader of the men's PTS 4. And he's been holding around a 1 minute to 1 minute 15 gap from Pierre-Antoine Bael, who is his compatriot in France. And it's 1:15 at the moment, and Neil Rudevet's victory is still 2:09 further back. So that is your current top 3. However, there is a chance of a French podium lockout. Antoine Lamarche-Poulin has had a great end of the bike and a very solid start to the run, and he's only 6 seconds further in. Ariz will head down to Doug. I think Doug Gray's got Chris Hammer.
I mean, I'm feeling my age, but I still enjoy the sport, so I'm gonna still keep at it and give him my best shot.
It was a great ding-dong on the run there with Jack. Yeah, just take us through it and the chops and changes.
Yeah, I mean, the swim is always going to be, I'm always going to come out behind, even, I'm working at it, but it's just, once I get on the bike, I know I have to hammer it or like really push it. And these guys are just so fast and so strong that it gets scarier and scarier every race.
And there's been a lot of talk about the bike course out there. How much were you enjoying tearing it up on there?
I love it. We have too many flat courses, and those are fun too, but when you can just like suffer out there, that's my style of course. So I appreciated them putting a hill on here.
And after coming out the other side of Paris on a high, and then it's gonna, take your time and a bit of a rebuild, and now obviously like that LA on the horizon is gonna be feeling pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, after Paris, I did Worlds last year, and I didn't do so great, and my wife's like, oh no, did you lose that fire? And I was like, oh, maybe I did. But the last few months, I really found joy in training and suffering again. So I'll be 42 come LA, so I'm just taking it a day at a time right now. But I mean, this was a blast today. So as long as I keep feeling like this, I'm gonna keep giving it my best shot.
And in one of the toughest categories out there as well, there's plenty of inspiration for you to push against.
Yeah, I mean, there's legends in the sport out here, Stefan and Martin and young up-and-comers like Tom and Jack. It's insane.
Well, congratulations. We'll get back to the action. Well done.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thank you.
What a great attitude. I love that he's like, oh, I'm enjoying it, so I'm going to keep going. He just won the gold medal.
yeah, that's very true. But he wouldn't be alone in, it doesn't matter where you seem to finish in an Olympics or a Paralympics, every athlete seems to go through this big down period after that. I wonder if that happened to you after Tokyo.
Yeah, look, they refer to it as the post-race blues, and that doesn't matter if you finish last or first. Like the build-up to a major games is a long, long thing to go through, and then afterwards, the come down afterwards, it can be really hard for a lot of athletes. So you do see a lot of them can even take a year off before they come back in before qualification period opens for the next games.
That's why even when you win the Paralympic gold, you go through that kind of thing. I guess when you have this all-encompassing goal and everything's directed towards that, doesn't matter whether you finish 8th or 1st or 27th, it's the same. And I suppose you have that with anything.
And I think that's why we've seen, that straight after the Olympics, we see a lot of our athletes, para and elite, taking what you would call like a gap year.
Yeah, that's what Jonathan was saying.
Exactly, and doing something a little bit different. We've been talking about that in the commentary here at some of our elite athletes, and doing things like cross-tri or gravel riding. I mean, they're still competing, they're still racing,
yeah, I mean, let's get them
different.
some more hobbies, for God's sake. I mean, they're going to go, we'll take a year off try and we'll do winter cross-tri. I'm like, why don't you take a year off try and play Minecraft?
And do nothing.
Why don't you take a year off try and go hang gliding? You know what I mean? But no, No, it's in the blood, and that's why they're the best in the world, I suppose. Norman on a last lap now, and more athletes coming through on the timing splits. We'll give you the rest of the top 10 if you're watching on from around the world. For the PTS 5 men, it was Hammer, Howell and Schultz in your top 3, 50 seconds splitting them. Then Stefan Daniel, who hands over his world title from last year to the American Chris Hammer. So it goes south of the border from Canada. Felipe Marquez finished, he actually ran past Tom Williamson in the end to finish 159 down. Williamson from Ireland, 215 down in 6th position overall. Agurka Nozaire, 229. Bench Machari, 307. David Bryant, 319 in 9th. Ruta Gonçalves Silva from Brazil, 429 down. And Oscar Dennis is our latest athlete across the line. 628 back, and on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see Alexis Hanquinquant, the Frenchman, who wants to add to his incredible resume, as does Grace Norman on the left. They are your leaders in the PTS 5 women and the PTS 4 men, respectively. And each of them will be coming across the line soon to crown yet more world champions. It is a 6-time world championship day, and there is Guala, the man we talked about with the unique story that he has, and I'm glad it's unique in this. It's not unique probably, but unique in the context of this field, in terms of a robbery back in South Africa where he lost his leg in a chainsaw attack, which is just insanity to me. But there you go. Hanquinquant looks so strong, and I mean, this guy is a real icon of para racing. He was awarded the Knight of the Legion of Honor by Macron, who was at the time president or prime minister of France. That sounds cool, does it not? Knight of the Legion of Honor. What do you get, like a shield and a sword when you get that? You get a horse? Because that is cool. We get like an OBE, well, or no, we don't even get that.
He's got his name printed out here in a.
That's true. You get your name on the wall here in Wollongong, but he gets a Knight of the Legion of Honor. Who do you think won out of that head-to-head? No sword and shield for Jonathan Gerlach today. That's okay.
I love it.
A little bit of a, well, it's Bailey, the second Frenchman, who is coming down the hill. He'll be second in the PTS 4 behind Hanquinquant. So it'll be a French 1-2. And Norman, it's Jeremy Peacock in the back who's going to come across the line in the PTS 5. Is that right? No, I'm wrong. He's in PTS 4 as well, but he's being lapped by Hanquinquant. So Peacock there, the 3-time Oceania champ. His best was a bronze in 2022 in Abu Dhabi in terms of world's best, world championships best. But he's 1.7 kilometres or more now behind your champion. Once again, it is almost inevitable that he adds to what is a 32 race winning streak for the Frenchman.
Thumbs up. He knows he's done exactly what he needed to do here today.
And you can tell he's been able to measure his effort on the run. And for the 33rd time in a row, blue carpet for Alexis Hanquinquant. Hasn't lost an individual race since 2019. 7-time French champion, 8-time European champion, 2-time Paralympic champion, and now 8-time world champion.
Hey.
Oh, yeah!
That's how you celebrate a world championship gold medal.
Woo! 8 times. So who's done more than 8 times? I don't know if anyone has managed that. But Alexis Hanquinquant just continues to win 33 times in a row, and it hasn't worn off. The joy of that moment.
And he won it so with ease.
And Ando of Japan comes across the line. He's in the PTS 5 category. And he is our final finisher out there, as you heard Pete Murray say. So we are waiting for Pierre-Antoine Bael to cross the line. In the men's and in the women's, it'll be Grace Norman again, in terms of measuring efforts and having a nice, steady bike and run, she has done exactly that. And there is Bayel, the Frenchman, making a French 1-2. And I'm not 100% sure who's going to cross the line in third just yet. Could be a French 1-2-3. And it's up to Neil Rudevet's victory to see if he can put Spain on the podium. But Bayel comes across with the thumbs up, and it is behind Alexis Hanquinquant, and the USA will make it back-to-back in the PTS 5 category. It was Chris Hammer in the men's, the Paralympic gold medalist, world champion, and now the Paralympic medalist and world champion as well. Grace Norman of the USA takes her 6th world championship title, and she goes back-to-back. Torremolinos and now Wollongong. And it will be a Spanish podium as Rudevet's victory, the Spaniard, will come across. In third position, he's held off the Frenchman.
Did very, very well doing that.
Third the Paralympics in 2024.
Lots of respect between these athletes. And as we said, like, it's a real community feel, no matter what category or who you're racing against. And that doesn't extend to para-triathlon. It's especially evident in para-triathlon, but it's evident in triathlon in general.
In general, absolutely it is.
I don't know if she's just swim or like know how to really swim.
What a race she had.
Either way,
never looked threatened.
Yeah.
Always.
Looks pretty cool, calm and collected considering
sure
the
does.
increasingly hot conditions out there today. It's going to be an interesting one in the PTO race coming up.
We've been through 4 seasons. Every day since we've been here, we've been through 4 seasons in a day.
That's true. There'll probably be a hailstorm later, maybe a tornado, who knows.
That's a great shot
They
of
say beautiful one day, perfect the next.
Great shot of our little studio right there.
Yep, right next to your little orange forklift that you drive back and forth from the hotel every day.
Correct.
Yep.
Don't get in my way.
There is the blue carpet too there for the transition of the PTO, but we're going to head down now to Doug Gray, who's going to try not to be overwhelmed by the excellence of Alexis Hanquinquant.
Or the pronunciation. Alexis, congratulations, a fantastic race. As you cross the line, you just love winning, right?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I love win. Simply, I'm training hard for this, and today it's amazing. I'm very happy. We have 8 title World Championship. It's fantastic.
And just over a year since that Paris win as well. And how was that after that, and life as the home Paralympic champion?
The life is not change. I continue to train, but my real objective is win to Paris 2024. It's done, and now I continue to. I hope to finish Los Angeles. Yes, it's my objective of finish my career. And I continue 3 years ago.
And I have to ask for Will, did the night of the Legion of Honor, did you get a horse with that honor?
No, I have not horse. Only medal, but it's a big medal for honor, and it's a big respect for my country, and I'm so happy. Yeah.
Brilliant racing, well done again.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
What a bizarre question. Thanks, Doug. I have not horse. What? What is this? Anyway, he got a big medal, which is obviously what we want. And he got to celebrate coming across the line with the famous.
Look at that celebration. That's got to get 10 out of 10 for celebrations so far.
You know what's sad? Because these competitors, I go, oh, hang on, we'll put that in the bank. Grace Brimelow's coming across the line right now, and she is coming very, very quickly as well. Grace Norman took the win, but Brimelow's going to be on the podium at 18 years of age.
Wow, and she gave it absolutely everything there at the end.
Second place.
Brilliant racing from the young Aussie.
And that was Hideki Uda, who came across in 5th place in the men's, but Grace Brimelow has had a great swim, and she has held on, and she has only been passed by the 6-time world champ, and she has really announced herself onto the big stage.
What a career she has to look forward to. Honestly,
Yeah.
Jonathan, I mean, to be doing this well this early on in her career.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was only a year ago, I think, when she got reclassified to go up a class into a more difficult category.
Category,
so,
yep.
you know, she not only had to do that, but she'd lose all the ranking points she accrued in the previous category, and so she's had to rely on invites to get into races, and look, she's come to the world champs and got on the podium.
She's proved to everyone that she deserves to be exactly where she is. So we've got Peacock also crossing the line now for Australia.
7th in the end, Jeremy Peacock, the Australian, 6:36 in arrears, and Lauren Steadman from Great Britain crosses the line in 3rd overall, so she picks up another World Championship podium. Congratulations to Lauren, and she will join an Australian and an American. It'll be an AUKUS podium. It's a political, you know, it's AUKUS.
AUKUS, yes,
Australia,
yes,
UK, US.
I like
you know, we
it.
have a group. Anyway,
like
I'll
it.
start reading the paper, mate. Anyway, that's okay. We're going to head down now to Doug to get us out of this awkward conversation. Doug?
Well, you don't have to be called Grace to get on a podium here, but it certainly helps, and the win streak continues.
Yes, I'm very, very pleased to take my 6th World Championship title. So it was an awesome day.
And it's a category that you can never take for granted. Like, it's such a tough field out there, and yeah, you just keep building and keep coming back, and the hunger continues, huh?
Yeah, it was fun to have some new faces out there today from different countries, having a new rival, and was my name, so people can cheer Grace, and we both get applauded. But it was really fun. I always love when people come in and challenge, and you can never take it for granted, never take any start line for granted. So yeah, very, very pleased to take the win.
And that course has had quite a few plaudits from the athletes as well, but in the way into that transition is the perfect storm, right? You're hammering down at a pace, and then the actual transition, dismount and mount is on a slight incline as well.
Yeah, it was kind of a technical transition with you had to be really careful with your speed, but also get enough speed to get around the corner, when to put your foot in. So there was a lot of tactical planning that went into that. And then during it was a little chaotic, but you have to be cool, calm, and collected to remember the steps.
And you're got to be cool, calm, and collected now for the next 24 hours. You've got a mixed relay coming up as well.
Yes, I'll be in the mixed team relay tomorrow, so a lot of recovery, a lot of food, a lot of rest, and I'm pumped. Team USA.
Go get them.
Thank you.
A 6th World Championship title, and it's kind of a race to 10 for about 4 or 5 different athletes who are looking to be the first to head into double figures. Rodriguez took, number 7, Hanquinquant number 8, Norman number 6, Ellis number, I don't even know. Anyway, they're all just chasing Jonathan Gerlach's record. As Cummings comes down into transition.
That transition,
it's tough there, isn't it?
It really is. It's there before you know it. You think you've got time, and you just press on those brakes a little too hard. Come to a halt a little too quickly. But thankfully, everyone that's had a little bit of a mishap there has managed to dust themselves off and make their way out onto the run.
And we'll see the replay, and it looked good up until the last possible minute, and then you're right, it's pretty solid downhill, then it flattens out and gets uphill just a little bit there as the blue carpet happens, and it's just enough to put the athletes off balance.
Yep, that's exactly what we saw happen before.
Finley Jakes comes on through. Congratulations, Finley.
As the athletes continue to cross the line, we'll get some more updates on splits so that you can follow your favourite athlete. In the PTS 4-man, of course, was Hanquinquant in the front. It was a French 1-2 with Pierre-Antoine Bayel, and then we went Neil Rudevet's victory, 2:17 back. Antoine Lamarche-Poulin was 3:54 back in 4th position. Hideki Uda in 5th position overall. Antonio Franco, the Croatian, we saw cross the line. He was 6 minutes back from Jeremy Peacock, the Australian 6:36 back. And then Carson Clough, I'm not exactly sure how to say that, I hope I get it right. He picked up a place late on and went past Jorge Luis Fonseca and in 8th and 9th position, respectively, from Matthew Engesta, the Australian 7:54 back. Tahir Erdemir from Turkey, 9 minutes 30 back. and Finley Jakes from Great Britain, 10.06 back. So most of our athletes from the PTS 5 and PTS 4 categories have crossed the line now, and their place in history is assured, and their websites are being updated as we speak. Meanwhile, we have other athletes still out there on course, and we'll continue to bring those splits to you as they come in. As the stage is set, Belinda, for a PTO race coming up after this.
Correct, the T100 Wollongong. You can see all that blue bunting down there. That will be their swim exit and their transition zone. The T100 distance over 2 kilometres, 80 and 18. Although today it'll be a little longer on the bike. I think it's at about 82 kilometres, 83, and it'll be a little shorter on the run, so 17 point something. So
I could see some athletes warming up to out there.
they are indeed.
Gee, that water looks nice. It looks a lot nicer now than when I was in it.
I think the T100 athletes, particularly the Europeans, will be very, very happy to have woken up this morning with changed conditions on yesterday afternoon. A lot of them have been out watching the junior race. I saw Maddie Hauser out there watching the juniors racing, and very tough conditions that they had pretty much all day. Definitely.
I know, as an Australian, I'm like, put them out in the open ocean.
Well, you know, that was...
Miguelez, the Spaniard, across the line, sorry, in the PTS 5 women. She'll pick up the number 4 spot. So she gets the chocolate medal, 10:45 back. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
Behind Lauren Stedman.
Chocolate medal, though, at a world championship.
Oh, mate, it's the finest chocolate.
I'd take it. I'd take it.
That's Dubai viral chocolate level.
Yep.
In terms of chocolate
it's a
power rankings.
It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, we're going to switch that dark blue carpet of the World Triathlon for the light blue of the PTO soon, and you'll be in the commentary box for that, just for your full 12 hours of commentary for the day. And the Brazilian Rodriguez across the line as well in the PTS 5 women, so she'll be 5th overall. Kaneko of Japan in the PTS 4 men, athlete number 436, and he'll be 13th overall, 13 minutes and 29 seconds behind Hanquinquant. And he has put it in. Japanese athletes know how to dig deep, there's no question about that, and he has done that. We've seen a lot of faces that look exactly like that across the line, no matter whether you're in the age group World Championships, which were held yesterday and the day before, whether it was the under-23 Worlds, which was a couple of days ago, or the juniors yesterday. And Francis of Australia, there's Hayley Dans as well. So that is a real battle that's going on at the moment. Hayley Dans is the PTS 2 Olympic or Paralympic champion. Anu Francis is the Oceania champion. And the two of them are locked in a deep battle. And they're behind Ludwig, unless Ludwig is a lapped athlete. Just not getting the timings up yet. In our PTS 2 women, although in our PTS 2 men, I can tell you that Jules Ribstein, the Frenchman, is out in front. PTS 4 women, Camille Seneclaus, looks like she is out in front. And the PTS 3 men, Henry Urand, is in the lead as they come across. And Ogburn of the USA's put it in too. But these two are having a good, strong battle, Francis and Dans. So Jules Ribstein, the Frenchman, leads the more fancied Wim de Pape of Belgium. He's the clear favourite, the 2024 world champ. Hasn't lost a race, de Pape, since then, since the 2024 World Championships, including taking 2 Para Triathlon Series wins and the 2025 European Championship win. But at the moment, he's second by 25 seconds to Jules Ribstein. Meanwhile, Camille Seneclaus in the PTS 4 is in the lead, and there's no one within quite a distance of her.
Well, talking about the PTS4, we do know that Hannah Moore from Great Britain has actually gone down with overheating, so she's collapsed.
The swimmer.
So telling us that the conditions are starting to really ramp up out there. Cooler conditions to start this morning around that 18, 19 degrees mark, but starting to really climb now, and the athletes are starting to really feel it too.
Henry Durand on your right-hand side in the lead of the PTS 3 men's. As Dines comes across the line for the USA. But Durand is leading the PTS 3 men's. He is the reigning world champion. He is the European champion, the Brit. And he is looking very strong at the moment. Durand is ahead of Ryan Taylor by 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So it's a Brit 1-2 at the moment in the PTS 3 men. Then Daniel Molina, the Spaniard, at 2:42 back. So 40 further seconds to Taylor. Then Cedric Denaziere, the Frenchman, 3:18 back. Then Max Gellar of Germany has overtaken Viktor Chereptarev on the first lap of the run. In the PTS 3 women, Elise Mark is way out in front. She's the clear favourite, only 4 strong that field, the PTS 3 women. And in the PTS 2 men, Ribstein, as we said, Wim de Pape, 25 seconds back. And then Mohamed Lana of the USA is 58 seconds back. As Razdanova racing under the international banner. Heads down the blue carpet for her World Championship. And Francis continues to keep a couple of metres gap on Hayley Dans. We haven't seen them come through the run lap splits yet. And our South African, Gwala.
Great to see him across the finish line now. What a story.
What a story to even make it here, and that's something we can be said about many of these people. And Anu Francis, confirmation, this is the battle for the lead between Anu Francis and Hayley Dans. So Francis is the Oceania champion, and she knows that right behind her, she has the Paralympic champion. And she'll be able to hear the footsteps and see whether she can harness this crowd to keep her away.
Tiny little bit of a gap starting to form. It's only tiny. Honestly, I wonder if she thought she was going to be in this position. But Francis right now doing everything she can to create that gap. And look, I think she's starting to do it well. I think that gap is starting to form
Same place again.
Now.
Just before the roundabout on the turn up towards the lighthouse. That's where athletes start to, if they can, on that little downhill, they just spread it out. But Henry Durand, the British athlete, he's going to be the next across the line. He's going to be your next world champion. Henry Durand from Great Britain, 2024 world champion, 2025 European champion, and he's going to defend in the PTS 3. Great Britain pick up another world title. Dave Ellis did it already earlier today, and now Henry Durand does it as well.
Fabulous race from the Brit.
He looks like he's had the kind of run, Jonathan, where you can really measure your effort through, and he looks fresher than some of the others that have crossed today.
Yeah, you're right. He really timed his swim and bike really well to put himself in that position to be able to seemingly have a comfortable run, but never comfortable out there, but he's obviously done really well.
He's made it look comfortable.
There's nothing comfortable about this, though, is there?
I was going to say, look at this. Just right back together again. I thought Francis was able to create a little bit of a gap, which he did, but honestly, these two, I think they're going to take it to the line. Just continuing to fight.
We hope they do. We hope they do. And who we're not seeing is Alyssa Seeley. So we talk about it was a race between the two Americans, Seeley versus Dans, because Seeley's the world champion and the Rio Paralympic gold medalist, and she won that world championship by 6 minutes last year, and she is not on our timing sheet. So unless something has happened to her that we don't know about, she hasn't crossed the last timing loop. And in fact, no women have crossed the last timing loop behind these two, so they are way out in front. And it's only a battle for the gold and silver. There is no one else, barring incident, that's going to figure in this PTS2 women's race.
And you know what seems to be happening here is Frances seems to have her measure on the uphill, but then Dan's comes straight back at her on the downhill. So it's just this cat and mouse between the two. And honestly, they're going to take it all the way to the line, but you can see the look of determination on Frances's face. She just is doing everything she can now to try and separate herself from Dan's, but it's to no avail.
Well, let's stay with this battle as other athletes cross the line. I think we're going to crown another world champion before these two, and this is the race that we want to see right now, Australia versus the USA. Well, one athlete at home has had a perfect year. Anu Francis has not lost one, finished 4th in 2024 as Taylor from Great Britain comes across the line, and he'll be 2nd in the GBR 1-2 in PTS3. So Great Britain make it 1 and 2, a silver medal to add to the gold medal that we just saw across the line. So Great Britain, just such a powerhouse across all formats of triathlon. And Henry Urand, the 2024 world champion. And Ryan Taylor, I mean, that is a huge race from Ryan Taylor because he's bested the Paris gold medalist in Daniel Molina. He's bested Max Gelhar, who won Yokohama and Montreal in the World Series. So Ryan Taylor has had the race of his life to come up into 2nd and make it a 1-2. There is Ribstein of France. He will be 3rd over the line in the PTS3. Well, we saw, hang on, that's not right. He's the winner of PTS2. Molina was 3rd across the line. We just saw him just before. Then the tape went up late. And the PTS2 winner and world champion is Jules Ribstein, who was leading the entire run and extended his lead out. So apologies to Jules. We saw two athletes come across the line together. And it was Jules Ribstein, and then straight off the back of that, it's another world champion for France. And this time it's Santa Claus, the silver in Torremolinos, and she betters that here and picks up the gold medal in the absence of Marta Frances, the Spaniard who won last time around. Denizier, the Frenchman, comes across the line as well, but a world championship title for Camille Santa Claus of France. Congratulated by Denizier, one of her countrymen. And Denizier picks up 4th in the PTS3 behind Daniel Molina. So Jules Ribstein and then Camille Santa Claus picked up 2 French world titles back-to-back. And now the gap has grown again. Frances has extended that gap over Hayley Dans. She's doing her best to stay in touch, but you can see that it looks like Frances has just found a little extra. So she's pulled away rather than Dans falling back.
No, I think that turnover, you can see Frances, she's really increased that turnover, and it's been enough to just create that gap between herself and the American. And I think this time, Will, I think it's paid off. I think it will stay. I think that elastic band has finally broken. She'll be very relieved. But look at the gap now once it breaks. Isn't it incredible once that elastic band really does break?
Yeah,
it just
really
blows
happens.
Right out.
There is Camille Santa Claus, who has done it for France. I've no idea what that means, but I'm sure she does. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know, but congratulations to her. 2 French world titles back-to-back, and the PTS2 men for Jules Ribstein, the PTS4 women's for Camille Santa Claus. And that means that Wim de Pape has been relegated to a very rare 2nd placing. Hasn't been beaten since the 2024 World Champs. Gets beaten today, though. The Belgian. There is Elise Marx. So if 2 French world titles in 2 minutes wasn't enough, how about a PTS3 world title for another French woman, the clear favourite and the winner, Elise Marx, does it as well. France absolutely cleaning up here in the PTS categories. Could be minutes before one of her competitors crosses the line. So dominant she is, Elise Mark. Cedric Denisier watches his compatriots come around. He finished his 4th in his race, but 3 World Championships around him. Egorov crosses the line, and again the blue tape goes up, and this time it's for another Australian world title at home, ahead of her more fancied competitors. She's done the job. Anu Francis is a world champion at home, and she leads the Paralympic champion home, and the celebrations in the background. Why not? Francis on top, from Oceania to the globe.
And Will, from a DNF at last year's World's Tour, gold medal here today on home soil. Nothing would taste sweeter.
What a fight, too, between herself and the Paralympic champ from America, Hayley Dans, who repeatedly came back at Francis, and Francis, in the last 800 metres, found a little bit more. And in terms of Australian para-triathlon, that is a very, very big result, isn't it, Jonathan?
Amazing. Already seeing Lauren Parker win earlier today, and now Anu. She's obviously bounced back really well after that disappointment in Paris last year, and shown that she's improved since then. So congratulations to her and her team.
Confirmation then, Camille Sennecours. I said there'd be quite a way before anyone else finished, and eventually it was Danielle Cummings coming across the line in the PTS 4 women. 3 minutes and 55 seconds back, the American. And that was the gap between 1 and 2. And I think that crowns all of our world champions. And what a day of para-triathlon racing that we have had. Some incredible racing. And some champions as well. So, Jonathan, thank you so much for coming in. We're going to wrap up right now. We really appreciate your time and your insights.
Just brilliant.
Belinda, you were also here.
Loved it. I tell you what, that was one of the best
mornings of racing. We're going to have 6 world champions.
I'm literally speechless. I'm speechless. It was one of the best mornings I've had in a long, long time.
First time Belinda Granger has ever been speechless. That's what takes 6 world championships to do that. We hope that you've enjoyed it. Don't miss the T100 race this afternoon. The elites tomorrow. It's day 3 of the World Triathlon Grand Finals from Wollongong, and it is bye for now.